Council meeting for May 2nd. And with that, we'll start with the National Anthem. Sorry, I forgot to give you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Once again, thanks very much to Neil Towns and for our national anthem. We'll start off with the proclamation, and we do have Mayor Clayton online to give the proclamation for Youth Week.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Grande Prairie Youth Week from May 1st to May 7th, 2022. Whereas the City of Grande Prairie has designated the first week of May as Grande Prairie Youth Week to honor the accomplishments and diversity of young people within the community. And whereas the City of Grande Prairie recognizes and values that all Grande Prairie youth have the potential to make a positive contribution to our community. And whereas our youth need the guidance, inspiration, and encouragement which we can all give in order to help develop those qualities of character essential for future leadership. Whereas to achieve this worthy objective, we should demonstrate our partnership with youth, our understanding of their hopes and aspirations, and a sincere willingness to help them prepare in every way for the responsibilities and opportunities of citizenship in the great nation. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jackie Clayton, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st to May 7th, 2022 as Youth Week in the City of Grande Prairie. And I encourage people to get out and help bring in the youth in the daily activities they do, get a better understanding of what the youth are providing in our community, and include them in ways that they can help contribute in a positive contribution to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. We'll move on to the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes. Get it all out eventually. Pacing myself for the whole night, that's all. And I'm looking for a motion from one of my council members, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I would move that council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held April 18th, 2022 as presented.
All right. Any comments or concerns? I'll move to the vote, so start the vote.
Councillor Bressy in favor.
Mayor Clayton in favor.
That carries 9 unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we'll look for adoption of the agenda, looking again for a motion. We have Mr. Berg, Councillor Berg. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I move the council adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Then we will move on to the vote.
Mayor Clayton in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So tonight we are honored to have 2 delegations, and we'll have them come to the front table and present their names. And you've got approximately 5 minutes. And with that, we call for Ms. Rhonda Side. And Kendra, well, you can put that in the microphone. We'll record that. It'll be history then. Welcome.
Thank you. Are we on?
You were on. I can hit the...
So is that 5 minutes to say who we are, or is that 5 minutes for the whole presentation?
We'll decide.
You got the wrong people if you're looking for 5 minutes.
No.
So thank you, Councillor O'Toole, Deputy Mayor, Councilman Lemon.
Thank you.
I think we've probably waved this flag in front of you all at some point, whether it was collectively as a council or individually at events over the last couple of years. But we'll probably do a quick recap of what we are, why we're here, and a thank you for your contributions to date. You want to start, Ken?
Yeah, as you're aware, it started about 5 years ago. And due to COVID and a few other things within our previous government stuff, we were delayed a bit. And we, since 2019, started getting traction, started getting in the community, put a board together, and started approaching community leaders and government to get to where we're at today. And it all started from the concept of health within our own families and the trials and that we've all been through or know of someone next door that's been through it, on delayed diagnostics and treatment plans. And whenever you delay the first one, the second one becomes a lot larger in life later on. So our goal with the Mascua Medical Center is early diagnosis treatment plan and help guide the patient or the client through the system that we currently have in Alberta and track them through it so they get the care they need. And our things really changed hands here. We were, the last couple of years, probably met just about every director and deputy director of Alberta Health Services. And then they'd get moved on and we'd meet the next set, and then they'd get moved on, we'd meet the next set. And finally, here just actually at the evening of Grande Prairie, we started to really come ahead in strides, met the right people that were on their way home from the legislature at your function and shook some hands, and 3 days later they met us in Grande Prairie.
Oh, he got him in a chokehold in the corner is what happened. But it really, that event really made it was a turning point. Getting the attention of the right people to move this forward to a place where we could make an application for funding for our physicians.
We right about the same time we got a letter from the Alberta Health Services directors that they like our concept. They just don't know how we would fit in their current box under government regulations. So since meeting Minister Copping here in Grande Prairie and for an hour, and then he looks at Ron and says, "You're right, we don't have a box for you, but we'll build one." And since then, they've been just unbelievable at keeping in touch with us weekly, getting our ARP set up so that we can present it. This Friday actually is our first review of it in front of a bunch of the government ministry. And then they'll give us feedback, and then we get a final application. And we're hoping by the end of August to have our structure in place with the government to move forward.
Like doors open.
Doors open.
That's the goal. To be clear about the project itself, we aren't, while we're collaborating with Mayo Clinic, we aren't sending anyone to Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic will have their panel of experts on any particular specialty dealing directly with our own internist or the patient's GP in the presentation of diagnosis, the steps to get to a diagnosis, and the treatment plan. So this isn't at all about taking people from here and sending them away somewhere for treatment or care, taking them outside of this system. It's entirely about keeping them inside the system, just making it happen quickly and efficiently instead of the pathway that we have all taken. I think I could probably look around and point at any of you and say, tell me what your medical history is about. How many times have you gone through the cycle of referral to get to the correct diagnosis? Did it take 6 months? Did it take a year? Did it take 2? How many people in your family did you lose? The whole purpose of MASQUA is to avoid that. Get them to a diagnosis and a treatment plan efficiently and effectively here at home. You're not in Edmonton after an angiogram on the street in your pajamas, because that's a reality. For people who live here, if you get sent out on a medevac, you are on the street in your pajamas when you're done. It's ridiculous, but you all know that. So back it up a little bit. So thank you very much for the financial contribution to our business plan. That was key in moving this forward, helping us define what we needed to be and to put some meat on the bones of the anecdotal evidence that this is necessary. Now we know for a fact it is necessary.
And from your generosity and those of the communities around us, we spent a little bit over that, but we dug deep in our own pockets and come up with it. And probably in this whole venture, we probably got close to $250,000 invested between what our donors have given us and ourselves, just trips to the mail, all that type of stuff, consultants, lawyers, accountants, so forth. So we've got documentation. If you require it, we can forward it to whoever wants to receive it and share it amongst yourselves. We don't want it out there too far yet until we get past that next hurdle with government.
What we do have is the executive summary from the business plan we'd be happy to share with you. It's only the executive summary because the budget at this point is a living thing. We're working our way through funding through various provincial government areas. So, and slowly defining what is the clinic going to look like the moment it opens, how many people, that sort of thing. So the executive summary ticks off a few of the boxes and will help flesh out for you what we're doing. And it'll also tell you we're not ready to make an ask yet. When we know what we can do for provincial government funding, we'll be back likely looking for some additional support from the city of Grande Prairie.
And it's changing every couple of weeks or 3 weeks. We have Brent Hoyseth on our board, a well-known MNP partner. And as we're finding stuff out as we go along to do with this ARP and what the government will cover as far as the specialists and stuff like that, it's been changing, but actually for the better, not for the worse. So,
yeah, hopefully we won't have to ask for too much, but just know we'll be back when we really know what we need.
All right.
Yeah, and our partners in Rochester right now, they're working on being able to send 1 or 2 people up to help us train and open a facility so that the steps are all in place, similar to how they run a facility, so that our staff isn't just trying to figure it out over the next couple of years. They also gave us their latest project management plan that they had on opening a facility in the UK. So there's a lot of work to do before you open the doors.
They gave us the roadmap from start to finish. Every job that needs to be done, every job description, every nut, every bolt, every doorknob. They went into great detail. They've just entirely shared with us how to make this happen. The Mayo's been incredible to work with. Questions?
Oh, man, you got a pile of questions here. So if you had any paperwork that you wanted to leave with us, you can just leave it on the corner of the table and somebody will pick that up and discuss that. So I have Mayor Clayton here on cue. So Mayor Clayton, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy O'Toole. First of all, I want to thank you both for coming. It's truly makes me smile that you're coming with such great news. It appears that you're on the right path. I know you've been working very hard and tirelessly, and as you mentioned, putting your own money into this, and that it takes community leaders with passion to get things done. So we appreciate the work that you're doing. But I'll say that, again, what I've said on many occasions, when and if you're ready for something, please don't hesitate to pick up the phone, come to see us, call me, call anyone in council to set up a meeting, whatever that works. But let's get together and get this to the finish line. I know on occasion I spoke with Minister Copping as well, and I spoke with MLA Allard last night. And so it's great to see things in motion, but let's just not let our foot off the gas. And if there's anything we can do to support, again, happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got a list of people here that wants to talk to you. So we got Councillor Thiessen, Councillor Berg, Councillor Blackmore, and Councillor Laners in that order. So Councillor Thiessen, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Thanks for being here today, Ms. Side and Mr. Drysdale. Just going to echo the sentiments of the mayor. Thank you so much for your persistence and passion in bringing such an incredible service to serve to the benefit of the people of our region. I think it's a real big sacrifice of time that y'all put in to enrich our region through this medical center. I did have one question, and this is largely for the people at home. I think I already know the answer to it, but we got thousands of people that are watching every time we sit in these chairs. So with the Muskwa Medical Center, when it comes up and running, what are the opportunities for medical tourism? And I ask on two sides. One, when you have such a specialized service to give diagnostics to people and get them the treatment that they need, sometimes there's people who are on wait lists in other communities, and they might get referred to this center potentially. What are the possibilities for medical tourism? And hopefully, our benefits will still receive, our residents will still receive the benefits of this center in town.
Yeah, we'll grow with the demand, and we'll be prepared to do that once we get our structure in place and our first employees trained and the system working. The other thing, long term, we'd be looking at probably some satellite offices throughout the north, so they don't have to travel so far to come down. They can. We'll have a representative in a community that can satellite in a group, and they'll satellite to us, and we'll include whoever around the world that needs to belong to that specific case. So,
awesome. Yeah, I think that answered it perfectly for me. Thank you so much.
Move on, Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy O'Toole, and thank you both for coming. Rhonda, if you could, just for the people that aren't familiar with what you're working on, we have an unfair advantage where we've all talked to you at various points. So if you could pull it back to 30,000 feet and just kind of describe what Muskwa is and what you're working towards.
You bet. Let's start with a pathway. You go to your doctor, your family doctor. They look at you and they go, "Well, I've never seen that before. I don't know what it is." They send you for an X-ray and a ultrasound. Almost universally, they send you for an X-ray, an ultrasound, and some blood work. All that comes back. They're still scratching their head. They can refer you to Muskwa. And at Muskwa, there's a nurse practitioner or a physician assistant and a specialist, an internist. They'll spend time with you, an hour, hour and a half, whatever it takes, for the intake, to understand what's really going on. Not a cursory 10-minute appointment in your doctor's office, but an in-depth family history, your personal history, what you're living with, what you're feeling. And from there, our internist goes to Mayo. Together, they determine what specialty, and inside that specialty, they'll present us with a course of action to get to a diagnosis, the imaging or lab work, those sorts of things, which will happen here. From there, it goes back to through the internist to the panel of specialists, and they come back with a treatment plan. What we're looking for here is somewhere between 7 and 10 days, rather 7 and than 7 to 10 months or years to get to a diagnosis. And then you're handed back to the specialists in the province with a plan, not for more exploration, but the goal is with a plan.
Okay, so if I can summarize, and correct me if I'm wrong, the idea is to bring world-class specialists and quick diagnosis to the people in the region for medical treatment through the Mayo Clinic. And this is all covered under Alberta Health Services.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to expel a little bit on that, Councillor Berg. One thing I did learn in the last 5 years of this journey is that we have some of the best, we do have the best medical professionals at all levels in this province. But one thing you learn when you go down to a place like the Mayo is collaboration, how they collaborate, and there's a network of individuals that look at you at the same time. And, you know, that's not knocking anything in Alberta. It's just our system doesn't allow our medical professions to do that. And so that's what we hope over time with this initiative model, if we start it. And we've had some feedback from our provincial leaders that they see this being something that will be the future, but it's going to take time.
A shift in
they're
culture.
so busy. Yeah.
A shift in culture is necessary to get to collaborative healthcare rather than it being in silos.
All right, next in queue is Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you for coming today. It's very touching when people in a community have such passion and they work for years to make cultural change happen for the better of us, and so thank you for that. I know that you and your families have put lots of blood, sweat, and cash into this effort, and I know that there are other people out there that can help you do that. And so if someone has a bucket of money that they want to pass your way, how will they reach you and how can they make that happen?
We'll probably reach out to Brent Hoyce. That would be a good start. We haven't structured that funding model yet totally.
No, we're inches away from our charitable status so that we'll be able to write tax receipts. So part of why we've been so hesitant coming forward is that all our ducks aren't in a row. We would like to have that in place before we start knocking on doors and asking for money.
Okay, so if someone asks us, we will tell them just to keep their
Or give me a call.
their wallet warm and give you a call, and you'll let them know how to proceed.
Yeah.
Either one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laners. John, go ahead.
I should know a lot of this stuff, but I don't. So anyway, every time I see you two, I just always get so inspired because, you know, all the work you do with like the Reading University and all those other, and Ken with the Evergreen Park, and you come with such credibility. And when you bring this initiative forward, we know that it comes from a good heart, and you know you're not in it for yourself. So that pushes the ball down the field quite a bit for us, you know. And so you always have to be respectful of that. And you know, we have always been a city of innovation. And when I heard, you know, when I see you group getting together, they don't know what they got coming at them when they see this. Between you and the rest of that group, I would go, wow, well, those poor people down there, they're gonna get her. But so we need that tenacity. And just so you know, it's part of our strategic plan for the next 4 years is including some of this medical innovation and trying to improve some of those aspects for the citizens of Grande Prairie is going to be something that we're going to be working on in the next 4 years. So what you're saying now dovetails with a lot of the stuff that we're working on. And we do have lots of specialists that are, you know, maybe have more leaving than coming in the last little while, and maybe that'll change. But the ebb and flow right now is flowing the other direction. So that's unfortunate. So this provides an opportunity. So I should know this answer through discussions with you and Pillow Talk and all those other kinds of things. But what are you actually are you actually hearing that they're going to pay for the Mayo portion of the consult, or are you going to end up fundraising for that portion or finding alternative ways of making that make sense?
Yeah, we're going to have to find alternative ways for the outside advice. But I think we're going to probably be fairly successful on the in-province support. So,
okay, thank you.
Philanthropy will always be a part of this project, and it is. So we're all clear. It's a not-for-profit no one is tucking cash in their jeans to make this happen. That's not what this is. It will be there will always have to be an element of philanthropy.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Like I can really see Grande Prairie being a medical destination of the north, out there ways. But if you get that vision and you drive for it, and that's one thing I know you're in your planning and structure planning for the city and its future and everything. And one thing I would ask of you is protect that area around the hospital and you know, the college and stuff like that, because if this thing takes off and if you take that whole area that's open south of the current hospital structure there and make that medical, that will bring such a focus to this city.
That'll bring the medical tourism.
Yeah. Where someone can come in, get out of a vehicle and not be in and outdoors on slippery streets to go to another appointment. If you can think of that concept, whether it's pedways or underground walkways, this community will, in 2 decades, will explode around it. So.
Well, I understand we're going to have snow here in the next couple of days, so just in case you lost that warm, fuzzy feeling for snow, it's coming back. Thank you two very much for being here. I've known you for a while, and it's good to see people coming and bringing good news to council and good ideas, and together maybe we can all work on this and make this happen quicker if we can.
Yeah.
So thank you again.
So,
Oh, Miss Councillor Wendy Bosch. You snuck in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for what you're doing. It is important, and you know, innovative thoughts like this that come to our community. That's why we're the economic driver of Alberta right now. So, I just have a quick question, just to wrap some of these numbers around my head. So the Mayo has these consultation practices for years, right? That's what they do. What is a typical cost for a consultation? Because it's like, if it's, you know, a
fly
day,
there, or if you do it virtual?
probably do it virtual.
I don't want to get myself crossed up, but probably around $1,000 to $1,500 maybe.
Okay, because I'm wrapping in my mind, you know, what medical costs are if you go to the States and something happens and like it's, you know, $30,000 for a broken leg. Like, just curious what our ballpark is here.
Yeah, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that. These are consultative services rather than inpatient or emergency care. So it's really quite manageable.
And for that kind of money to get all that expertise in one room, phenomenal, right? Yeah, it only makes sense.
That's your first consultation with them, and then hopefully, if our systems will catch up to it, in 5 days you have another consultation with them with the results of a diagnostic and treatment plan. And that's where we'll have people on site that'll then follow the patient or the client through that process to make sure they're getting looked after.
And that's where I see this philanthropy. This is doable, right? Because it isn't, you know, exponential costs that can only, you know, go to a few. Thank you.
Every patient or client needs someone to champion their health. Like, it's hard to be ill and under that type of stress and pain and medication and try and navigate today through the medical system. So you need someone that's always, whether it's family or someone else, advocating and pushing and following and you know, trying to get it done for you. So.
Well, you're not off the hook yet. I got one more individual. Councillor Berg, please go ahead.
Bring 'em on.
Thank you. So, again, a question for Rhonda, and hopefully I'm not putting you on the spot and you have this on the top of your head. You did before. We were discussing time to see a specialist here in Grande Prairie versus Edmonton or Calgary even, and how we want to speed that up. Can you give those timelines on what it typically is, again, for somebody to see a specialist in Grande Prairie versus Edmonton?
I don't know if we had it between Grande Prairie and Edmonton, but I think the broader number that we've been able to source is in 2003, it was 6 weeks.
3.6.
pardon me, 3.6 weeks, and now it's 13. And that's generally. And if that's generally, that's what they're dealing with in Edmonton and Calgary. What are we doing here?
3 months.
Easily. Well, that is 3 months.
Yeah.
3 months is a good outcome. If you want to see a specialist.
Yeah, and then by that point, whatever ailment you have is now compounded. So this is designed to alleviate that and get us quicker diagnosis so we can get quicker treatment.
That's right.
Thank you.
And lower costs as a result.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And the other visionary goal we have, excuse me, is these panels eventually will be Albertans, Alberta specialists. It's just that we don't have the structure yet and the time for them to do it. That's our long-term goal, that we slowly migrate away from having to call the mail. And you get on whatever new technology they got then, and so many guys just like you push a button, hit saying I can be there at 2, and review a patient's tests and then reconvene, and hopefully it's Western Canadian based in a couple decades.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation today. That was the shortest 5 minutes I've ever seen. So with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one other thing is we'll work through the mayor or yourself, deputy. I'd like to organize a small entourage from Grande Prairie to go down with me to the mail somewhere in that August, September time.
When it's really good and hot.
Yeah.
Because not now. We don't want to go there now.
Because their directors and community leaders down there would like to meet you and show you how they developed their 150 years of history, where they started and why they're at where they're at today, and willing to share it. So I'd like someone from each community to come and then come back and help us champion it back here. So, okay.
Mayor Clayton will be back next week, and I'm sure that she'd would love to talk to you all again.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yep. And our next presenter, 6.2, Bob Marshall with the Water North. Please come to the front, and I guess I've already identified you, so we're good there. I've seen you in the neighborhood before.
Yes, thanks, Mayor, Deputy Mayor O'Toole and Council. Thanks for letting me come and present today on Water North Coalition. I'm the chair for the Water North. I've been the chair for the last, I guess, 7 years, I believe it is now. I did send the reference as well as to this kind of what our all our communities. Primary issues, retention of operators, succession planning, training issues. I mean, let's look at it in the north. If you look at the NADC area, we're 60% of the province, but we're only about 10% of the population. And if you look at that, it's clustered around Grande Prairie. We've got about 100,000, fairly close to Grande Prairie. We've got another 100,000 at Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo. And then the rest, that we're sitting at about, I think, 450,000 in the north. So the rest is distributed throughout that 60% of the province landmass. So water issues and providing safe potable water and wastewater for our communities is a significant challenge, especially for the smaller ones. I mean, we've had our own challenges even within the larger groups. So it's how do we deal with that? And I think most of you are aware of, if you're going to the government as a single voice, you may get some traction. But if we're going as a unified front, you're more likely to catch the air. And one of our success stories was around this. with the Water North, our water wastewater operators were coming to us and saying it would be nice if the government housed the database for all the training and everything that happens, because they have all that information, and they weren't willing to do that for years. AWWOA is the Alberta Water Wastewater Operators Association, and they are across the province. They've approached the government about doing that. They weren't lucky enough to do that. There used to be the Alberta Utility Stakeholders Group, which is basically Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, the southern province. They were advocating for that as well. So all three of us got together, and we're going to meet with the minister on this, Minister of Environment, which was Shannon Phillips at the time. And because all three of us were coming, we got the notice before with the meeting that they're going to go ahead with the database. All the meeting was just thanking them that they're finally going to do that. So there is strength in numbers, and that was just one of the ones that proved it. The other one was there's a certification advisory committee that Alberta Environment encompasses, and they have people from all across the province on this advisory committee, and it's around our water, wastewater systems and operators. And they didn't have any representation from the north, so basically they came to the Water North Coalition to get a representative. And our representative is Keith Straub, who's a utilities operator manager in high level. So he's our representative for the north on that committee, so he brings back information and takes input to them as well. So those are some of the success stories we've had over the last number of years. And the NADC used to be our administrative arm until 2 to 3 years ago. They restructured and they basically downsized significantly. So we lost that administrative arm. So we had to restructure ourselves as to how we were going to carry forward in the province and do business for the Water North. Because let's be realistic, our administration does all the work. We just get to talk and make motions and ask them to do things. So when we lost that, we had to really step back. We used to have 4 meetings a year across the north. We basically said, we're going to step back. We'll do 2. Try to do 1 in the east and 1 in the west, especially to give the smaller municipalities a chance to attend, because let's face it, they don't have a large budget. So if they can at least be at one of the meetings, that would be good, so that they can be face to face. With that, okay, get online here. So our current focus, one of the other ones that came up is bacteriological sampling. So all our systems, any municipal systems, they have to do a BACT sample. They send in, I believe, 2 to 4, depending on the system, per month, just to make sure that the potable water that's coming out the tap, there's no bacteriological samples in them, and it's clean and it's meeting all the standards the AEP sets down. One of the issues that has come forward, and Beaver Lodge ran into this a few years back, right around Christmas time, when their system, they had a break and they basically had to get that all cleaned, then they had to flush their system. And before they could bring it up and say we have potable water and get rid of the boiled water advisory, you have to send samples back to the lab and get a report back saying, you know, it's good to go. Well, if it's a bad report, you get notified real fast. If it's a good report, it might be 2 weeks before you get notified. So it's like, well, we haven't heard anything. Do we move forward or don't we? So you take a chance. So we've been working with, this falls under Alberta Health. So we basically cross 3 ministries with your water, wastewater systems. Environment looks after the regulations around your water, wastewater operators and the certification of your plants. Alberta Health looks after the lab testing for your samples and looking after all of that. And then actually Municipal Affairs houses the standards around septic systems, even your building codes and everything, so all your water systems within the house. So different areas for each one. So with that, before COVID, we were moving ahead, and actually what Alberta Health was coming up with was a dashboard that each municipality or each system could basically log into and see what the results were real time. we're still working on that, but then with COVID, that kind of got put to the back burner. So the last 2 years, everything has kind of fallen apart on this. So there's a lot of advocacy from our group. We have, again, with the terms of reference, if you want to look at it, we've got northern municipalities. We're asking First Nation groups to be involved. We do have Gift and Métis settlements. So Gift Lake was one of our members, and we've still continuing to reach out to get more First Nations. The other side of it is a lot of our municipalities, especially the rural ones. If you look at Northern Sunrise, or not Northern Sunrise, sorry, MD of Opportunity, there's a number of First Nation groups within that, and they actually provide potable water to those First Nation groups. So it's a convoluted system how the First Nation groups, because they're federally regulated under the Indian Act, and yet there's a lot of provincial standards they have to follow as well on their system. So navigating the federal and the provincial boundaries is challenging at times, especially around the First Nations groups. So it's a challenge. And High Level actually has a partnership with the Denetah First Nation group in their area to provide potable water for. So they have agreements. And same with MD of Slave Lake. They have an agreement with the Sawridge Band, so they provide water to them and they basically buy it at the gate. So the Sawridge Band doesn't have any systems themselves, they just buy the water from the MD of Slave Lake. So there are partnerships with those, and if you look, we also have other non-voting memberships. So we have water, wastewater commissions, professionals, AWWA is part of it. So we have their executive director. We have Aquaterra is there as well as a non-voting member. So I know, or my perception was talking with previous council, that they felt basically that Aquaterra could represent the city's needs at the table. And I know the city was there at one point. Councillor Chris Thiessen was the representative for the city, and Michelle Garner was the administrative person that was designated to it. So they did a lot of good work with us when they were there. And what I'm asking today is basically that the city re-engage with us, because it's, like I say, Aquaterra doesn't have the voting stake in this. And where the voting side comes is what direction does the group want to take for advocacy with the provincial government when we're moving forward, and how do we get those wins for our organization. And like I say, bottom line is when you look at the north, we're small groups. If we can have that, everybody together, the more names we have on that sheet, we come with a stronger voice to the provincial government when we're advocating. We also brought to, and I know, I think it's AM now, but used to be AMA and RMA, brought to a resolution to your respective associations around making sure that we have adequate funding for AMWIP and also Water for Life programs so that we can get those grants, because it seems like the standards for potable water and our wastewater systems just keep going up, and every time we get nailed with a new standard coming out, it doesn't cost a few $100s, it's usually in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So there's significant costs, or even millions, if we want to upgrade our systems. So that's kind of where the Water North is at, and what we're about. And going forward, like I said, we've restructured. So 2 meetings a year, and we've decided basically we have to be very focused because we don't have the administrative support anymore that we had in the past. So it's a leadership group of the members, about 8 of us at this point, that basically are looking after the administration side of things. So what questions would you have?
I got one for you. Once again, what is your ask today? It was a very informative report that you gave. What is your ask that you would like from the city?
Ideally, I'd like the city to re-engage with us and to become an official member again. And basically, I'd like to have at least ideal a council and administrative person, because then if one can't attend then the other person is there and they have voting rights. Typically, the municipal representative would have the voting rights, but if they're not there, at least then the other person would have that voting right at our whatever decisions we move forward with.
So we'll bring that towards the end of the day when
Okay.
we have our meeting, and we'll discuss that. But I do have Councillor Christieson that would like to ask you some questions, and then Councillor Blackmore after that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kevin O'Toole. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming, Mr. Marshall. Always a pleasure to see. I think this is your third time sitting in the hot seat, so your passion is not going unnoticed. In fact, I think this whole room is filled with passionate people today as delegations. Did have a question. I think you answered it near the end. One was sort of the role of Aquaterra. You answered that. The other one, I wrote down NADC, and I think you answered that. But before NADC, the Northern Alberta Development Council, they used to handle all your administrative duties and all that, so they're no longer in the picture. And what kind of relationship does the Water North Coalition currently hold with NADC?
Not much. 2 years ago, basically, when they restructured, like they used to have, I believe, around 14 individuals. And we had 2 individuals dedicated to us. We had a research individual and then an administrative support. So it was probably, if you look at what time they were putting towards us, it was probably about 1.25 of a full-time person, or so a little over one full-time person if you look at what their commitment was between the 2 of them. So when they restructured, I believe they have four staff now. So we had to work with them and come up with a transitionary plan as to how we were going to move forward. And that's why we've rolled back, because they did a lot of work in the background, and we just don't have that capacity anymore. A lot of work has been done, so that's good. And the Aquaterra has stepped up to the plate incredibly, so they've taken over the website. So we house our information under their website. I believe I sent the link as well in the email. And we're working on that to house the information that we've garnered over the last 4 years. So it's all there. We kind of want to be a central location for municipalities and water wastewater operators to go to for the information, especially training. They have to, as a water wastewater operator, you have to, every 2 years, you have to do education units to maintain your certification. It's not like a journeyman or electrician or apprentice. Once you've got done your journeyman, you're good for life. Here, every 2 years, there's different courses and stuff depending what level of operator they are that they have to take to maintain that certification. So because Portage College in the East, Lakeland College, NATE, AWWA, they all have courses, and we want to house that there so people can just go to that. And we've had operators from small communities use that so they could do it online versus having to travel out to Edmonton or Grande Prairie or somewhere else to do that course.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I do have 2 more questions, if I may, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Pretty quick.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. So just a quick question. What's the involvement currently with Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance as far as your group goes?
So we actually have 3 watersheds. We have the Slave Lake Watershed, Mighty Peace Watershed, and also the Athabasca Watershed are part of our group. So they act as non-voting members, but basically we're looking at water from source to tap. And that's where the watersheds come in. They look at it from the source side, is how are we getting safe water to our communities. So they are part of, basically they work under our education piece. If you look at our strategic plan, education and awareness. So it's bringing that level of expertise for that so that we don't have to go outside, and they have a huge amount of expertise, all 3 watersheds. Because I believe there's 5 watersheds across the north. And we have 4 that are members. Leica is the other one. So they're in the east. So there's Athabasca, Lesser Slave, and Mighty Peace. And I think there's one other one. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Heart River?
Could be.
maybe.
You probably know better. You're on the Mighty Peace.
I am on the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance, and the reason I asked that question is normally I ask how that's going at the board meetings. We just didn't ask about it last time. I ran out of time to ask that, so I figured why not go to the horse's mouth and see how we're doing there before my next meeting. So this next question is really about capacity, and I think you spoke a lot to that, and I understand why you keep coming back. I think our role as council is to advocate for the betterment of people in our community and surrounding communities. One thing that prevented me from being able to attend more Water North Coalition meetings is just the capacity of time. I know behind you is is a man with lots of knowledge on water system, waterways, and he even has a background in chemistry and understands water treatment a bit. But I also understand that the department that he works under is also at a limited capacity for time and what we can put out there. So I'm always game to advocate, especially in the realm of the North, because there's so many underserved First Nations community, as you spoke to, that could have like good clean water systems and potable water systems and wastewater systems put into place. And that's one of our calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation. So hopefully we can get there and advocate properly. But if you had a choice between a council advocate and an administrative oversight, typically on a lot of the boards I sit on, when administration fills in, they don't get to vote for me. I'm the voting member, and they just sort of take notes and then inform me later when I can't make it to a meeting. But if you had a choice between administration and a councillor, and it could only be one or the other based off of a council decision, what would you prefer, the advocate or the person with the knowledge?
Both.
Both? Yeah, I get it.
Well, if you had a choice, I mean, that's going to be your decision to make if you choose to engage. But council, I would say, would probably be the better, because if our primary role is going to be advocacy, if you're aware of, like our current one is the Bacteriological sampling and making sure we have that so that communities can get direct access to the lab results and in a timely manner. So if you guys are aware of what's happening, and if whoever's a representative shares that with the rest of council, and you are meeting with the Minister of Health or any of their the bureaucrats under them, you can talk. You have those talking points and stuff. So typically, council will have more direct access to government than the administration, unless you're one of the directors or such, right? So, I guess my answer would be council.
Okay. And not saying that's going to be an either or.
Yeah. No, and I understand that.
Yeah, and just one final comment. I know you mentioned a lot advocating to the province, but I think where we might be able to, where the Water North Coalition might be able to find results, especially in the upper north, is in stretching out and advocating to the federal government there too, who has specific mandates to achieve through the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and it's around potable water on reserve locations that could greatly benefit the north. So I think maybe something to take back to the group and say, hey, yeah, the province is important, but there's still pots of money that aren't being spent in the Federal Reserve. So,
and we have done that in the past. So we've tried to get a federal representative to at least show up to the meetings as well. Not much success to this point, but I hear what you're saying.
Awesome, and thanks for all your passion and all the hard work you do for this organization. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you're the face of it. So, anyways, thanks for coming in today.
Thanks, Councillor.
You're not off the hot seat yet, Councillor Blackmore.
I just have two quick questions. There's always some discrepancy between one organization and the next definition of what Northern Alberta is. So is it like north of 55, border to border, or?
Well, if you look at the NADC map, basically that's what we encompass. So it's about Whitecourt, I believe, is kind of the southern. It kind of jogs. So we've, if you look at our southern potential members would be Whitecourt, MD Woodlands, MD of Woodlands. Cold Lake was a member. Bob Buckle was our, I think some of you know Bob, but he wasn't elected last time. He was our vice chair for Cold Lake. Bonnyville. So that's kind of the, Edmonton is not.
More or less north of Edmonton.
Yeah.
From Saskatchewan to the BC border.
Yeah.
Okay. And of the communities that are in that area, how many are members of your organization? Just a number, not.
Currently, it's on the brochure on the website, and I don't have that number off the top of my head. I believe we were sitting around 23 or 27. Don't quote me on that. I believe the information is on our brochure as to who is members.
Yeah.
And stuff.
I looked at the information that we were given with your terms of reference and your strategic plan, and it was not in there, but that's okay.
There is a brochure on the Aquaterra website. It's got the water, and if you go there, I believe it used to have a list of all the members that were there, and I believe it's around 23. So we don't have everybody, which is...
But you probably have more than half.
At one point we did. And to be honest, since the restructuring and since COVID, we're basically in a rebuilding phase. So that's why I'm reaching out to a lot of communities again to try to get them, keep the ones that we currently have and re-engage with some who've decided to step away, and then still reach out to others who have never been part of our organization.
Okay. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
And I have one more, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the 23 that you mentioned. How many of those communities would you say does not have potable water?
As far as I know, most of them, if not all of them should have potable water.
They all do?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. Because you were talking about the Indigenous side too?
Yeah, and we only have, and we don't, the only direct member from the Indigenous, like I said, Gift Lake First Nation, they're a Métis settlement. They were an active member with our group. But we didn't, Deneta up in high level, they had attended our meetings in the past. If MD of Opportunity, which includes Wabasca, that area, there's about, I think, Peerless Lake, Trout Lake, there's about 4 First Nations within their boundary. And I believe, my understanding is MD of Opportunity, they provide potable water for those systems. Same with Sawridge and Slave Lake. It's the MD of Slave Lake that provides the potable water for the band. They don't have any treatment plants on their own system. They buy it at the gate, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll deal with your concerns and questions at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, well, thank you, Deputy. Sorry about that. Deputy Mayor O'Toole.
Bob, it's Kevin. Okay.
And Council, I appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you. So this is the open delegation portion of the meeting, and if there's anyone else who would like to come to the forward to speak to council, now is the time. If you want to be the audience, that's fine as well. Thank you. So with that, we will move into reports, and we have one person that's got a conflict of interest. So with 7.1, looking to who's going to bring this forward.
Sorry, Chair O'Toole.
Yep.
Yeah, if I may, I'm the one that's got a conflict of interest. I do businesses in this area, so I think it would be best if I excuse myself. Thank you very much.
And as Councillor Bressie is exiting the chamber, I don't know if we need an introduction to this, but I can make the motion when you're ready.
Okay. Looking for Case, if you would like to do that introduction.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I can do a brief introduction. It's a fairly annual maintenance item for us from the Transportation and Parks Department. The Weed Control Act of Alberta requires that a local authority appoint weed inspectors each year, and then as well that they also appoint a independent appeals panel as well, which is captured in the legislation. The 2 recommendations today, one being that Council appoint Ms. Sydney Olderskog, Ms. Rebecca McTavish, and Ms. Lisa Michaela as weed inspectors under the Weed Control Act of Alberta until December 31st, 2022. The second recommendation is that Council appoint the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee as an independent appeals panel for 2022. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Yeah, let's make it. Go ahead.
Did I beat you, Councillor Thiessen?
Okay, move on. We got lots to do today.
Anyway, I'd like to have council approve the appointment of Miss Sydney Alderskog, Miss Rebecca McTavish, and now it's spread. It's not showing up on my thing here. And that other person. I made that motion. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? And Miss Lisa Michaela as weed inspectors under the Weed Control Act of Alberta until December 31st, 2022, and appoint the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee as an independent appeals panel for 2022.
And that motion is in order. Any discussion? Mr. Thiessen, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Oh, that was good. I'm going to remember this day for at least a week. No, just speaking to this motion, as Mr. DeVries mentioned, this is pretty routine so this is really for all of our new councillors, not including Councillor Blackmore, who's probably done a few of these in her time on council in the past. Pretty standard fare, and it's just the appointment of these inspectors to do this. So fairly easy stuff. Normally we do it at committee. Today we're doing it at council, which makes it even more important, but just in case anyone was wondering. Thanks, Case.
Okay, call for the vote. And that motion carries unanimously. And Mr. Nicolay, you're going to do the council strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I will ask that the presentation be placed up on the screen, please. It's a pleasure and an honor and a bit humbling to be asked to walk the council through the council strategic plan for 2022 to 2025. This was a very intense process. I was able to join even before joining the city. Council invited me to sit with the group and participate in the deliberations that have given rise to this plan. And I think a very sound and a very strongly worded strategic plan has emerged as a result. My intention, Mr. Chairman, would be to go through some of the highlights of the plan, but really this is the introduction of the plan to the public and will become part of the community and part of the organization. So I'm sure questions and concerns and issues will arise as time goes on. But I do invite, Mr. Chairman, if any council member wants to interject at any point during the presentation, this is council's plan. And so I'll guide through the presentation, but recognition appropriately that this is the plan of Grande Prairie City Council. So the plan period is 2022 to 2025, always looking at a longer term horizon than that. None of the deliberations stopped at 2025, but looking at a relevant period for a planning horizon. The mayor's message is one that was very carefully put together, and I think Mayor Clayton is on the line. And perhaps I'll pause for a moment and just ask if Mayor Clayton has any comments she'd like to make on the mayor's message.
Mayor Clayton?
Thanks, CEO Nicolay. Yeah, as mentioned, the message truly is one for council and the community to have a better understanding of what the intent of the strategic plan was for the next years ahead. It lays out, in my opinion, a very digestible strategic plan and really encompasses the need for community gathering, community input, community collaboration, and talking about how we come together as a region, as a city, as a province for the times that are laid out ahead. So I feel that the strategic plan is really a great opportunity for optimism, but it's also something that, in my opinion, is great work that this council and hard work that this council did to create a plan that is easily digestible, but in my opinion, quite positive and optimistic as we head forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I would echo those words as well. Easily digestible and also quite relevant to the organization that will be working on behalf of council to execute this strategy. I did take the liberty of socializing with some of the work groups in the organization, some of the management teams in the organization, and they have found great relevance in the content of this strategic plan. So very happy about that. Next page then talks about council itself, and I obviously won't dwell on this much, but I did want to just take a moment. I was mentioning to council earlier this afternoon, I think in my long career in public service, this is my 12th city council that I've had the honor to work with. And this is a really, really strong council. And I know that you would expect the CAO to say that publicly against it, or about any city council, I'm sure. But honestly, this is a council that has a tremendous blend of fresh perspective and institutional understanding and institutional knowledge, and great energy and great connection into the community. So really honored to be working with this council, and really honored that this council has put together a strategy that is as purposeful as this one. Next slide talks about the vision statement itself, and Grande Prairie as a vibrant, connected, and inclusive community with a resourceful spirit is one that ought to be familiar with anyone who has spent any length of time here. Leveraging diversity and seizing our growing opportunities by embracing challenges. Those are words that, upon reflection, I think people would find do characterize the city, the council, and the very fabric of the community itself. Next slide actually gets into the strategic priorities, and you'll see in some of the content coming up some detail that I won't get into, but there was a theme that emerged around the strategic priorities that was quite remarkable. It's really centered around three basic strategic priorities that council wants the entire organization to rally around, because they believe it reflects the priorities and values of the community. But all of those are transcended by a strategic priority that council has entitled Quality of Life. And when I was out speaking to employee groups about this, what that really meant to them is that everything that they do, everything that we do as an organization in this community, should be targeted and viewed through the lens of contribution to the quality of life in Grande Prairie. And I think that's a really important lens, and was a good characterization of the paramount strategic priority for council during this planning session. To get into a little more detail, quality of life itself is defined. So council spent some time wordsmithing exactly what's meant by these things, fostering a community in which our residents love where they live and embrace their environment. A lofty goal, but very, very achievable. And when we organize around this and start to execute on a plan, we'll focus on areas such as the fierce community pride that we experience here in Grande Prairie. It is absolutely remarkable how prideful this community is, and with good reason. We'll also focus around an active lifestyle and contributing to people in Grande Prairie finding health and finding support through active lifestyle. And finally, a very focused concentration on safety. And this is one where the commitment is developing a community in which residents are safe and feel safe. Equally important that we know that people in Grande Prairie are safe. It's important that people in Grande Prairie feel safe, and so that commitment around quality of life is certainly paramount. The summary statement at the bottom perhaps says it all, where we want to live, learn, work, and play. And that's what Grande Prairie is to the people of Grande Prairie, and at least in this council's view of the values of this community, that's where they should be. The next strategic priority is innovative efficiencies and economic readiness. And this is about developing and executing actions that foster a strong and resilient local economy. The principle here is one that perhaps defines a foundational characteristic of Grande Prairie itself. The belief is that a strong economy enables quality of life. It enables us to turn our attention to the needs of the community, to vulnerable populations, to those that perhaps can't help themselves. And the focus then on strong and resilient local economy will be found through the areas of focus, and you'll expect to see the organization rallying around these execution areas. Strategic growth, a focus on pursuing alternate revenue sources to provide more sustainable future through diverse and innovative economic opportunities. Growing the assessment base, finding new sources of revenue. There are alternatives to increasing rates. So if we look at a simple equation, we can raise municipal revenues by raising tax rates, or we can raise municipal revenues by growing the assessment base itself. And so where we have a choice, where we can point our ingenuity and our intellect, we'll do so in growing the assessment base and finding ways that we can bring revenue in to assist in municipal services without necessarily increasing tax pressure on the local residents and businesses. Innovation was a theme that has been part of Grande Prairie, I think, for as long as people can remember, but it is found in this strategic plan very purposefully, and the direction given to management was to develop and cultivate the local governance and the meaningful and prosperous social economy through innovation, finding different ways to do things. Don't feel constrained by the box of the way things have been done in the past. And finally, attraction and finding people, giving people reason to come to our community, reason to visit the community, and ultimately to make this community their home. So again, the summary statement, a strong team and local economy enables a sustainable, high quality of life. That theme has been very, very clearly articulated in Council's plan, and I would advise Council that it's very, very meaningful to the people in the organization. Penultimate, the inclusive, caring community. We heard a presentation in the delegation portion of today's agenda that you would not necessarily find on every city council's agenda. This was a delegation from local residents coming in, talking about enhancing the health care services that are available in the city of Grande Prairie. Healthcare is not a specific area of local government jurisdiction, but this council and the values of this community are that the community needs to be inclusive and needs to be able to look at a caring organization that's capable of fostering deep and sincere inclusiveness throughout all social and economic dimensions of the community. So finding a delegation like that, getting audience in a local council is something that is reflected in the council strategic plan. Areas of focus here, housing for sure, probably has been in many council strategic plans, but finding or ensuring that our community provides necessary and suitable options for housing, very important area of focus for council. The range of demographic from youth to seniors in various stages of deliberation on this plan that focused on different groups. One of the earlier versions of this talked about seniors, and this council broadened that to say it's not any single demographic group, it's inclusiveness, it's youth to seniors, it's every demographic group. And similarly, multicultural, acknowledging and supporting the full spectrum of cultural diversity of our residents, a very, very purposeful element within Council's strategic plan. And that was summarized by the summary statement of community that includes all people and serves all people. It's very strong value statements being made in the Council strategic plan. And the final strategic priority, Mr. Chairman, that I'll just outline is engaging relationships. And this was basically an acknowledgement that nobody does these things alone. And the power of our community is the power of the relationships. So Council has made a very clear commitment to developing and nurturing key relationships with stakeholders and other levels of government and building on mutual strengths. None of us can do this alone. That's what makes a community strong. Areas of focus on our reputation, making sure that our quality of life and reputation is suitable to reflect a community of choice. Culture and pride, which we spoke about a little bit earlier. And marketing and communication. And this is part of the, on a similar note to not only do we have to be safe, but we have to feel safe. Part of council's strategic commitment is to dispatch the organization into a marketing and communications mode that tells people what Grande Prairie is and what it reflects and what its values are and what its priorities are. So the summary statement at the bottom of that key priority, Mr. Chairman, is purposeful relationships, building a strong and connected community. From that, the council has identified a number of strategic priorities, and I won't go through them, but they grouped into charting the kinds of things that the organization will be dispatched to do around the priorities. So everything we do should be in furtherance of a strategic priority of council, and collectively, the things that we do ought to be able to successfully execute the council strategy and all of the priority areas. So we see a number of activity areas and advocacy and initiatives listed down the right-hand side of that chart. These will be in the public domain, and I would encourage people to read them carefully. They're going to be the way in which the municipal organization is dispatched within the community to pursue and execute council's strategic plan. Council did acknowledge, next slide please, Council did acknowledge a couple of priorities, and I won't read them either, but I'll draw the public's attention to the top priorities, both now and distinguished or differentiated from those that are in the queue on the next page as next. But these were the kinds of things that Council wants to see the organization do. These are the action plans. This is not a strategic plan that was intended to go out and be a thick document that collects dust on a shelf. This is a document that was intended to dispatch people and resources and passion in pursuit of a strategic vision of City Council. And so those priorities will be socialized through the organization, and I make my commitment and the commitment on behalf of the whole organization to Council that we will execute your plan with all enthusiasm and vigor, and we will report back to you regularly on our progress in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, CAO Nicolay. I'd like to also thank the staff, the administration for listening to council, and each member of council had very much input into this plan and in the guidance of administration and yourself. Mayor Clayton, did you want to say anything at this time?
No, thank you. As I said earlier, I think that this document is something that council should be very proud of. Administration and council worked very hard over 4 or 5 days putting this together, tweaking it so that it's something that we're all comfortable with, something that reflects everybody's opinion and everybody's sort of goals in regards to what they hope to accomplish this term. So again, I want to thank CAO Nicolay and CLT for listening to the feedback, having a two-way conversation in regards to what they think is possible. I look forward to hearing back what CLT takes us away and sort of establishes the next steps based on council's high-level sort of goals and aspirations. But the big piece for me is, as mentioned, this council is very strong in regards to their experience, their passion, and what they bring to the table. So I'm really excited for the public to see this document. It's easily digestible, and I think that's something that will strive us and push us to strive towards a stronger community when we go out to share more information about Grande Prairie. It's a document that anybody can pick up and go, okay, I get what you're getting at, Grande Prairie. So I really think it's something we should be proud of, and I thank council for the for the hard work, the open and honest conversations, and CAO and the CLT for helping us get this on paper. So thanks so much to everyone.
Thank you for your words. Next in queue is Councillor Gladys Blackmore. You have something to say, or did you want to make a motion?
I'm going to start with a question.
There you go.
CAO Nicolay, when can we expect to see this information available on the website after we pass it tonight? Should we pass it?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. I'm going to say immediately. It will take some time for us to actually convert this so that we get it on the website, but there will be no delay, organizational delay, to get this out publicly. You'll also see it in business plans and budgets and the action plans of every single department in the organization. So we're poised and ready to get this out, articulated, and executed quickly.
So just to add to that, this is definitely a plan that belongs to this council and to this city administration, but it also belongs to all the people in Grande Prairie. So if if you're interested and you want to read the plan, look for it on the website. And if you can't find it there, give a call to 311 and ask them where it is. And if there's things on this plan that don't make sense or you want to question us about it, please give everyone here a call, because it's not a plan unless it's put into action. And so we need the support of all 68,000 people in this city to help us with that.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to adopt the 2022 to 2025 strategic plan as presented. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor O'Toole, I'll be happy to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. And we'll call for the vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to committee business. We'll start off with Community Services Committee, and that would be Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held April 26, 2022, as presented.
Call for the vote. That carries unanimously.
Right. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Just a couple of business coming out of the Community Services Committee from last week. First being Second Cup 10-year lease, and I'll read the recommendation that Council direct administration to enter into a 10-year lease agreement with Second Cup Coffee Canada for the operation of the coffee kiosk located at the East Link Centre. Just speaking to this motion, through committee, we had discussion. This is a franchisee-owned one, but this will actually be, the lease will be entered into with Second Cup Canada, and I think they're actively searching for a franchisee for that area, but they do recognize the value of the East Link Centre and the drop in traffic that they get for people utilizing the facility. It's a great place to put up a shop, and I encourage anyone that's interested to move forward, because Second Cup Canada has, they just jumped right in with both feet into the East Link Centre, and hopefully to get 10 years of a lease after we approve this. And just one more note, because it is a 10-year lease, that's why it's coming to council. Typically, our administration would have all the tools to pass this, but for the length and duration of this is why it's coming to council today and why it came to committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. And any questions? I see none. We'll go on with the vote. And that carries unanimously.
I'm batting 1,000 so far. That's good. So second order of business is a Municipal Historic Resource designation. And to that, I would move that council consent to designated the old Grande Prairie Courthouse located at 9904 101 Avenue, Grande Prairie, as a municipal historic resource, and direct administration to develop a process to manage this municipal historic resource and resources. Just speaking to this, in case you're not familiar with the address, currently the Center for Creative Arts is housed in this building. It's one of several that we were made aware of that could have historical designations, probably one of the more appropriate ones here. Now, with this designation comes the opportunity for grants to maintain the exterior facade as a historical site. It also might mean extra costs as well, because we'd have to renovate as to the specifications of how it was built back in the day and managed. But with that being said, I think Grande Prairie has had a lack of, I guess, retaining all of our historical buildings and sites. And this one, I believe, is a landmark, a beautiful building, and I encourage council to support this motion. Thank you.
We have one person, Councillor Berg. Did you want to speak on this, please?
Yeah, I would also, excuse me. I too would like to speak to this in favor. I've been part of historical boards in the past, and the county and Sexsmith have far many more designations than Grande Prairie. We have some catching up to do, and I think this is an exciting first step. I just also want to speak to the fact that this doesn't handicap us or handcuff us in renovating the building, and we have a perfect example in the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie. When you look at it, it is still the 1929 schoolhouse, but when you step back, it's a beautiful modern facility. So what happens inside can be renovated to current standards and expectations. It's the exterior that has to be maintained. But with that, we're not handcuffed in what we do. So I just want to speak in favor of this.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor, and a call for the vote. That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, you want to give us the highlights of that meeting?
Yes, I certainly would love to, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Thank you very much. It was a good committee meeting. We had a delegation come in from the Grande Prairie Regional Sports Connection. Lee Goldie and Karna Germscheid were the representatives, and they presented to committee with an update of their successes and challenges over the past year. In city business, just to keep everybody in the loop, the synthetic field and grandstand is now open with user groups practicing in the outdoor space. Well, I'm going to read verbatim. Despite the cooler weather, it was supposed to be warmer today. It's still cooler. And the ice removal has begun at Bonnett's Energy Center today. And the new board system installation will begin June 7th. In other facility news, administration is scheduling startups for approximately 20 seasonal sites, and the drop-in schedule at the Activity and Reception Center has expanded now that the seasonal rentals have ended, which allows for more time for the community to drop in and have a little free, fun, educational time. And finally, our ridership for transit is increasing, which is a glorious sign because that's why we redesigned it and changed up all the routes. Currently, there's a total of 55 clients who took advantage of, we have, on average, this was in my other notes, sorry, and I got off topic there, but I think we have an additional almost 70 riders that have added on to the ridership. So hopefully we see that trend increase. And finally, there was a total of 55 clients who took advantage of the free trip and admission to the Philip J. Curry Museum that we offered over the last month. And I heard they all enjoyed it very thoroughly. Thank you very much.
So being new to this job, I forgot to introduce Community Service Director Arlen Miller. So anything new on the schedule, sir?
No, I think it's all covered. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Item 8.2, we have the Corporate Services Committee. And with that, Councillor Lainers.
Working. Thank you. So, yes, we had a recent corporate services meeting, and so the minutes are attached. And so I would first start out with asking council to adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting held April 26, 2022 as presented.
Motion is order. Go ahead with the vote. Mayor Clayton, can you tell us your vote? No, it's in. Passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Lainers?
Well, if you were at the standing committee, you would have heard that we're proposing to have a 0% increase in taxes based on some of the revenue sources that came forward from last year. So we're pretty excited about that. And so without getting into a whole bunch of details around all the subtleties which have already been discussed last meeting at our audited financial statements, some of the information that came forward in that regard, I will simply ask council to give first reading to bylaw C-1450, being the 2022 Property Tax Bylaw.
All right. I have Mayor Clayton online. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, there's no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll come through at second reading. I was trying to get into the queue before that, but that's okay.
You've got priority in my heart, girl.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll go with the vote. And vote now. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to the second.
Yeah, I'll move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1450.
Excellent. Mayor Clayton?
So thanks, Deputy Chair or Deputy Mayor O'Toole. As I missed in the queue there, I'm asking council to give consideration to defeat this motion today with the potential of being a subsequent motion. The reason I'm looking for this is that I would hope that council would approve the transfer of sufficient funds from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to achieve a 0%, a rate of 0% in municipal taxes of non-residential properties in 2022. So right now, this bylaw would equate to about a 1.14% in non-residential in our tax base. And as we've already approved a 0% increase in our residential tax bases, and discussion at committee indicated that this would be approximately $650,000 that would come from our Financial Stabilization Reserve in order for us to have a 0% increase in both residential and non-residential. As we've already entered into this bylaw process, much easier, in my opinion, to defeat this bylaw and come forward with a blended bylaw that I know administration could put together relatively quickly today that would show a 0% across the board in both residential and non-residential. So if council is at all inclined to support this, in my opinion, it goes along well with something that we just passed on our strategic priorities in regards to developing and executing actions that foster a strong and resilient local economy. As we know, industry and businesses are just coming out of and heading into recovery from pandemic. The economy is starting to improve. There's truly a great optimism in our region, in our province, and this would simply would show that we're truly invested in the success of the future of non-residential ratepayers as well. The Finance Administration can let council know. The question is, what does the amount look like in our Financial Stabilization Reserve? But as indicated with the residential discussion, this is a small amount. So if council would please consider defeating this motion, I'd be happy to make subsequent motions. Thank you.
I do have CAO Nicolay that would like to talk as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for those comments, Mayor Clayton. Just out of an abundance of caution, because it's important that all three readings of the tax rate bylaw be achieved tonight, administration did prepare for this eventuality, so I believe if council defeats this one and would rather go to a zero tax increase for both residential and non-residential, that the CFO is prepared with appropriate documentation to still achieve all three readings of a intact rate bylaw tonight.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bressie, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Definitely, this definitely surprised me, something I didn't know would be coming from the floor. So I'm just curious in terms of if council's going to have this discussion, there is information that I would like to have before us, mostly concerning the ratio of residential to non-residential taxes we charge in the city of Grande Prairie and how that compares to comparative municipalities. I think that's very important information for council to consider in this discussion. So I guess twofold questions. Is there any information that administration could provide on that today? And if not, does this property tax bylaw actually have to be passed tonight, or is there a potential of us having a special meeting the next day or two to give administration time to bring forward information that some councillors might think is relevant to this?
Through the chair, I believe the CFO is able to answer any questions like that. I want to put Danielle on the spot, but I believe she is available. It would certainly be a better process to get all three readings of the rate bylaw this evening. But if council would prefer time to deliberate, that is certainly the prerogative of council.
Ms. Whiteway, would you be able to respond to those questions and concerns?
Thank you. So with regards to comparison of the ratio to other municipalities, I don't have that on hand. I do have what the ratio was last year and what it would be if we were to go 0% on both residential and non-residential. So it was at 1.75 last year. It would really only move to about 1.76 if you go with all.
Did you have any other questions while we're here?
Well, I guess I'm just looking for some direction on process, because I'd love to ask our CFO some more questions about this. I don't know if it's appropriate. We've got a motion on the table. Should I maybe be making a motion to postpone this till we can ask some questions of admin, or I'm just looking for a process and when I should ask questions?
I will ask my assistant. Actually, she's my assistant.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. That is correct, Councillor Bressie. At this time, it would be preferred to postpone deliberation on the motion on the floor because it isn't germane to the current discussion.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, I would like to move the council postpone discussion on this bylaw until we've been able to ask questions of administration. My intent with this isn't to postpone to a future meeting. It truly is to see if council wants to talk about this more and let us ask questions of administration before we come back to discussing this in the same meeting. So I just think process-wise it's appropriate to postpone if we have a bunch of questions to ask.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm actually going to suggest that we table instead of postpone for the opportunity to continue this discussion later in the meeting.
Great, yeah, and I'm fine with table instead of postpone.
Councillor Clayton, or Mayor Clayton?
Yeah, thank you. That was going to be my comment. At committee level, there was discussion in regards to what this would look like, and there was opportunity for committee at that time to ask questions. The questions now, as the first one indicated by Councillor Bressie, are absolutely appropriate in the discussion. But if the preference is to table it, I'm happy to accommodate that for further discussion.
Thank you. I have Councillor Thiessen in the queue as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Yeah, no, thanks for putting a pause on it, Councillor Bressie, and thanks for the motion to get us thinking there, Mayor Clayton. I think where I kind of feel on this subject is 5 years ago when we entered into intermunicipal collaboration framework with our regional partners, just on the inside, there was lots of strategies that were thrown out there with council if we could, you know, get our fair share within the region and how we might spend that money. I know part of that discussion with members of this council currently that are still sitting here was that, you know, there was a big push to try to bring our taxes in line with some of our, I guess you could say, partners, neighbors, competitors, however it goes. I think what the mayor's proposed here today is a small sample of that, and I think it's a good example of that. Last year, when we did 0% on residential tax increases, I got a lot of calls from businesses and in a variety of commercial and industrial that were largely confused over the fact that their taxes still went up when I think we were pretty clear with how we advertised it that residential taxes would stay at zero, but I think the expectation throughout the community was that it was going to be zero across the board, and that just didn't translate. And so in that spirit, I think, is why Mayor Clayton has made this proposal. I don't think it's a big one. I think it's something that we can do with our surplus, and I think it's to the benefit of, as Mayor Clayton said, to the businesses in our community, in just seeing that zero go right across the board, and give them an extra chance to do well in their own recovery. So. I'm leaning towards being in favor of this pretty strongly at the moment, but I'm listening to hear what my other colleagues have to say. Thanks.
Okay, I have Mayor Clayton and Councillor Blackmore, but I also have CFO Whiteway with some answers to those questions.
Just sorry. So right now you have a motion to table, yep. And so maybe Legislative Services could explain to everyone in the chamber the process that'll happen now in regards if the motion to table is defeated, etc.
Thank you, through the chair. So at this point, we have a motion on the table to table the vote for second reading. If the motion carries, second reading will be tabled until later into this meeting. If the motion is defeated, then the debate and discussion for second reading should resume.
Call for the question. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just a point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't believe as much as I hate to point it out, I don't believe a motion to table is debatable.
No, nobody said debate it, but you can vote on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what our procedure bylaw calls for. We need to. Unfortunately, I don't think our procedure bylaw allows us to debate it.
That's correct.
Okay. I will not speak now.
Sorry for the delay, but there was a few confused faces, including mine. So we'll call for the vote. It's a no.
Councillor Bressie, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Still on the. So thank you, through the chair. The motion to table this has been defeated. So second reading is still on the floor for discussion and debate.
Councillor Blackmore, do you want to finish the question that you were going to say or ask?
It's not a question, it's a point of view. The reason I didn't vote to table this is because I feel that we've had lots of discussion in the last month or so around our city finances, and I think we all have a really good understanding of what our finances look like. And so I didn't feel that we needed to wait to make a decision on this motion. And so I think we can just go ahead with it. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I would encourage council to support second reading. It's unfortunate there's more information I'd love to have before us, but without that information, my thoughts, I don't have the exact numbers to back it up since we didn't get more information, but for me, I often hear from residents that getting residential taxes down is an absolute priority for them. And when we get compared to other municipalities, it's always comparing our residential taxes, not our commercial taxes, because frankly, our commercial taxes are a lot more competitive compared to other places than our residential taxes are. And just a little bit of information that I don't know if we've really talked about at this council, but if you look at how much of our tax revenue we collect from non-residential versus residential tax sources, we collect a lot more of our revenue. We put a lot more of our expenses on the back of residential taxpayers compared to other municipalities. And that is one of the major reasons why residential taxes are so much higher here than other places. It's not because we spend more, it's because we have a different way of collecting revenue. And for me, we say it's not a lot in our budget it's not a lot in our budget. It's only, I think the number was 800,000-ish. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that could go towards a 1% to an additional 1% residential tax decrease. And for me, as we're trying to be competitive, I'm okay with our commercial taxes keeping up with inflation. I want to get more competitive on the metric we actually get compared with. And I really have a priority of making sure that we're an affordable place for workers to be. And labor attraction is, when I talk to businesses, I don't hear them saying, hey, my municipal taxes are too high. That's my biggest challenge. I hear them saying, hey, I can't get workers here. And that's my biggest challenge. And then when I talk to people about moving to Grande Prairie or what they tell their friends about Grande Prairie, they often tell their friends, oh, the residential taxes are so high here in Grande Prairie. And I truly believe that getting our residential taxes down further is critical, not just for affordability for residents, but also for labor attraction and to be more business friendly. And so for me, if we're going to spend money getting tax rates down, I'd rather trigger that on the residential side. And I totally understand Mayor Clayton's perspective. I totally understand if people would rather that go to the commercial side of the budget. I totally understand that. I think that's reasonable, but just not what I agree with. And it's not what I hear at the doors. It's the number one concern of residents, or in coffee shops, what I hear is the number one concern of business owners. So I would encourage council to support second and third reading of this bylaw.
Okay. I got Mayor Clayton and Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Lainers, Councillor Berg, and Councillor Posh.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I had a question for administration and then a comment in regards to second reading. CFO Whiteway, can you tell me what the proposed tax increase in this bylaw equates to in dollars?
Thank you. So for the non-residential portion, it would be 620,000.
Great, thank you for that. So I encourage council to defeat second reading of this motion. We have already taken the stance of having a 0% increase in residential, and commenting some of Councillor Bressy's sentiment. People deserve to be able to get their feet back under them. And we do hear quite often that at a residential level, people are having a hard time with the cost of living. We know the distribution rates of electricity is extensive, and they appreciate the 0% at residential. The 0% at non-residential, in my opinion, shows that we want to support businesses, we want to support growth, and for $600,000 to have a 0% that's easily to communicate, easy to digest, 0% across the board shows a great intent of this council, and it puts us in a place that is comparable to our neighbors. You may not hear Councillor Bressy on a regular basis that businesses think that taxes are as burdensome as they are non-residential, but I hear on a regular basis that on a daily basis that we get compared to our neighbors when they choose to invest in our region. And although we're not going to get that price overall closer, if we both are proposing a 0% across the board, I really think it just plays well in the province that this region is somewhere that you should invest. This region has municipalities that are geared towards the future success of businesses. And for $600,000, in my opinion, to take that from financial stabilization is a step in the right your action. So as mentioned, if this motion is defeated, there is a subsequent motion in regards to a property tax bylaw that would propose 0% in residential and non-residential. So I encourage council to defeat second reading.
Councillor O'Connor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I would ask everyone to defeat this motion, and I think we need to send a message that we are supporting business, and I agree with Mayor Clayton that our businesses have suffered greatly, and that's where all the employees are coming from. And so we need to help them survive and recoup. So I would ask that you defeat this motion and support a subsequent motion to do across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lehners.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, we've obviously got a motion on the table, and if someone wanted to make a subsequent motion to deal with the commercial component of it, then so be it. This way, for certain, we have the residential component dealt with. So I don't necessarily see that the two are independent of each other. Well, they can be independent of each other. I tend to agree that that the priority should be residential. I think that's where our competitiveness fails us when we look at our neighboring municipality. And if the money's there and we have time to discuss it and do all, it's not impossible to do this for next year as well. Instead. But I'd like to see this one go through, and then if someone wants to make another one to take it down even further, then we can deal with the merits of that in that time.
All right, thank you for Mr. Berg, and then Councillor Bosch. I said Councillor Berg, and then Councillor Bosch.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, I just kind of want to tie a little bit of bow around this for my justification. So, yes, Councillor Bressie, I felt this was unexpected as well. But backing what Councillor Blackmore said, I also feel that we have discussed this enough that I do have enough information that I need to vote accordingly. And again, to back Mayor Clayton, COVID relief is real. A lot of small businesses, and I look at restaurants, and I look at a lot of other businesses that have been very much impacted over the last 2 years from COVID, that have been leveraged to the max, have taken advantage of every loan that they possibly could. They're still suffering, and although we're coming out of this to the positive, we're still starting today in a net deficit that is going to take years to dig out to get back to where they were to 2019. So if the city can make this gesture, and it's not going to add up to huge dollars for each business when it breaks down to it, but it's a gesture to the business community that we are Sorry, should I repeat that? My mic died.
No, you're still good.
Okay, so I will be voting to defeat this motion in preparation for another one to come later today.
Thank you. Councillor Bosch, and then Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Chair O'Toole. I guess you know what? We're looking at our strategic plan and quality of life, and we need to put our money where our mouth is. And I know many of us had said this in the past. Through COVID, 2020, 2021, there was a substantial surplus that the city saved on through, predominantly labor and, the closures of many of our facilities. What we have to understand, and, we can go on every rabbit hole we can, but the fact is these residents also work for these business owners. And in the true spirit of quality of life that we're speaking of, I think that we owe it to both business and residential to be on the same, playing field as they are. It doesn't negate the fact that school tax is still a factor, mill rate's still a factor, assessment is still a factor. So, nobody's like running off and going to Vegas on this money. It's just the fact is that I think we can show our part when we have the ability to do so. I hope we don't ever go through a COVID again to get a surplus. So this might be a one and done. We'll see. But I think we owe it to both sides. So I will be voting to defeat this motion.
Councillor Bressie.
I just feel I need to respond to something I've heard a few times in that it's only $600,000 or it's a small amount. I just think it's important to emphasize that we're not talking a one-time amount right now. If we want to talk a one-time amount, we could do what the previous council did in, I believe it was 2020. It could have been 2021, but give a one-time grant towards property tax is what we chose to do instead of actually lowering the property tax, and that made it a one-time thing. But if we're going to talk about actually lowering our property tax bylaw, we're not talking a one-time $600,000 hit. That's something that kind of gets baked in our budget as a recurring thing. So the next year, what we need to decide is, do we keep $600,000 out of our budget, and that's $600,000 less that we have to spend on quality of life and other things for our residents, or do we want to that $600,000 by when we tweak our property tax bylaw, it's not like tweaking other budgets. It really is something that we need to deal with year after year after year. And so I'd really caution council about hastily amending our property tax bylaw to achieve this objective. I'd be much more comfortable with passing this property tax bylaw and talking about a one-time grant. If we really want to talk about that, I could probably get on board for that. But I'd encourage council to pass second reading.
Councillor Berg.
Question for Ms. Karbaszewski. Is it possible to amend this bylaw now rather than defeat and introduce?
Thank you. Through the chair, that is an option for this council to consider. If there is a member that would like to make a motion to amend the current bylaw at second reading, if that amendment is passed, this bylaw could be passed as amended.
Okay. Can I make a motion that we amend this bylaw to see both residential and corporate taxes go to zero?
That motion is in order. If there's any debate, discussion, now would be the time to do that. We're just adding it into our e-scribe, and looks like we've talked enough already, so. For the record, in the last vote that we had, I voted incorrectly. There's 5 screens in front of me and people looking at me as well. And I declared that to our CAO. And so I will be, depend on what the motion is here.
Thank you. Through the chair. There is a motion in your eScribe Pro app if you'd like to have a look and see if I've caught the intent of your amendment.
Chair O'Toole.
Yes? Go ahead.
I'll just ask Ms. Whiteway, but in my opinion, that should be non-residential rather than commercial.
That's a good catch. Thank you very much.
Is there a preference from the CFO?
We're on it. Thank you for the catch. And with that, good? You're happy? It's your motion, so let's make you happy. Okay. Okay, I guess we can call for the vote.
Sorry. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead with Dylan, and then I'll jump in.
Sorry, just digging up this motion. I don't think this is one of the challenges with doing this so on the fly and doing this today and not tabling this to have more robust conversation. Is this motion right now reads change tax rate to zero amount. And that's a really important word. Tax rate is very different than tax amount. I think the intention of this is that and I could be wrong, again, that's the issue with having these conversations hastily, but I think the intent of this is that the average commercial tax bill would be the same in 2022 as it was in 2021. I think it's the amount change is what council's probably intending to change, but if I'm recalling correctly, assessment changed. So this motion would have a very different impact than council intends. And so at the very least, I'd ask Councillor Berg if he'd be open to a friendly amendment to better reflect this. And he's saying, of course, but that right there, we almost voted on a motion where we were giving very different direction than we wanted. And that's why I think it would be a mistake to pass this amendment. So I'll be voting no to this amendment because we haven't given us the debate it deserves.
And then I also want to comment on this as I read it. Council amend the bylaw to change the non-residential property tax rate to 0%. That's implying that the residential is also 0% within the bylaw already. Oh, Ms. Whiteway? Oh, sorry.
Ms. Whiteway, if you'd like to speak, there's a lot of going on here, so
All right.
let's have your 2 cents,
Thank
please.
you. So potentially, I believe what you're looking to achieve is a 0% impact to the average non-residential property in 2022. So meaning that leave out tax rate, but you just want a 0% impact in the 2022 year for your average non-residential property.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have upgraded or changed the motion in your e-scribe to read, Council amend the bylaw to also change the impact to the average non-residential property to 0% in 2022.
Thank you. I accept that.
Get a lot of nodding heads saying yes, so I do have Councillor Bosch and Councillor O'Connor. Councillor Bosch?
Thank you, Chair. This motion is a little awkward to me. To also change the impact, I think there is going to be impact because you still have to deal with the school rate, the mill rate, and the assessment rate. Is there something that we can say that deals with this specific part of the tax base? Because we're not, there is going to be impact either way. I would say that before anything else because it's an unfair statement at the moment.
Mayor Clayton, go ahead.
Sorry, I think you had Councillor O'Connor first.
Okay, Councillor O'Connor, you ready?
Yes, I'm with Councillor Bosch on this, and I'd like to hear what the mayor says. I think we've made this more complicated than what it should be. So I'm just going to sit back for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is that's why I didn't try to amend this motion, because it is tricky. The overall goal is to achieve a 0% of increase in municipal taxes for non-residential properties in 2022. So, wordsmith that amendment as you want, or start over with the second version of the bylaw that administration can put forward.
Well, we got lots of people over here working on it, so give us another minute or so. Councillor Blackmore?
I just have one quick question. If we move to a second version of the bylaw, does administration have the second version of the bylaw ready to show us tonight? The answer to that is yes. So I feel that we're making the situation more difficult than it needs to be.
So at the risk of all of the work that we've just done and discussed, I would like to withdraw my motion.
I think Councillor Berg's going to be buying you donuts tomorrow. So do we want to hear that second one now? No, but they amended the, okay.
Thank you, through the chair. The result of Councillor Berg's withdrawal means that second reading for bylaw C-1450 is the motion on the floor up for discussion and debate. If this motion were to pass, we would move forward with having third reading, which would need to be passed unanimously in order for it to carry. If this motion were to be defeated, this bylaw is no longer on the floor for discussion and debate.
Okay, I've got Councillor O'Connor, go ahead. And we're going to call for the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Chair O'Toole, Deputy Mayor. I'm almost feeling that we should pass this motion and then look at doing something different, because I think we've made this too complicated, and let's just go ahead. I think what Councillor Lainers had said earlier is let's pass this motion and then we'll have a debate if whether or not we want to postpone or table this other motion that the mayor would like to have, and we get more information. I think that would be more advisable than try and fit us a square peg in the round hole.
Okay, we are gonna, Mayor Clayton, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair O'Connor. So I don't think, Councillor O'Connor, you're quite understanding. If this motion is passed, there is an increase to non-residential taxes. This is where we're at. This isn't to pass this motion and come back and discuss it later. So that's your option. You pass this motion, and there's a 1% 1.14% increase to non-residential tax base. You defeat it and look at other options. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. May I speak, Deputy Mayor O'Toole?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I didn't realize that would have an effect on the motion. So, wow. I think for all intents and purposes, we need to pass on savings and to support our businesses who have suffered greatly through these last 2 years. So I'm going to vote to defeat this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie?
Great. Thank you, Chair O'Toole. I'm confused about process and other alternatives, and I'm still not sure from a previous ruling if since we didn't table this motion, am I actually allowed to ask substantive questions of administration? Because my understanding is usually I wouldn't be allowed to right now.
Thank you, through the chair. This has become quite complex and a little confusing to council. We are on second reading of a bylaw, and discussion and debate is the right of this council. Discussion and debate germane to this second reading is the right of this council. If the council consents to further questioning at this point and does not call a member out of order, I would suggest to have as much discussion as necessary to be able to make a fulsome and logical decision.
So if I may ask a question, Mr. Chair, and be risk getting called out of order, please do if you need to.
Go ahead.
I'm just a question for administration is, as I alluded to earlier, I don't like the idea, I don't favor just unilaterally applying a discount to non-residential properties. I think that's unprecedented. As far as I know, it's unprecedented city history. It's definitely not how we've approached this in the past. I know last time we did a tax discount, it was through a one-time grant. Could I just get reminded if I wanted to push council to consider a one-time grant at all, would that be written into the property tax bylaw itself? Or is that something we could pass the property tax bylaw and then give direction to apply a grant for?
CFO Whiteway, would you like to answer that question, please?
Thank you. So the last time that we did the one-time rebate, we did do a second bylaw that supported the one-time rebate.
Great. With that in mind, I would encourage council to pass this bylaw. We're talking extraordinary circumstances here, so let's pass our regular property tax bylaw that we pass all the time, and let's keep course as usual on this. And then after we've passed it, let's have a conversation about offering a one-time rebate through a separate bylaw like we have in the past. I think that we've got precedent for another way of doing it. I don't know why we changed the way we're doing it at the 11th hour. So I'd encourage council to pass this bylaw tonight, and then let's talk about what additional actions do we want to take.
Councillor Bosch?
Thank you, Chair. This feels like a lot of minutia back and forth, and I think this needs to go. I think we need to defeat it and start over. Then we can have discussions, and whether it's a grant or whether it's a 0% increase in the municipal tax, we need to be very clear. And you can. Okay.
Fat fingers and lots of buttons.
That's okay.
You're going to have these problems.
That's okay. I just think that semantics is getting involved here, and doing good for both the non-residential and the residential, I think, is on everybody's mandate on this council. So I would like to start again. I would like to defeat this and, start with a whole new motion that encompasses what we need to do.
CAO Nicolay, you're next, and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out for clarification that what Councillor Bosch is suggesting is doable this evening. And I'll look to the CFO to disagree if I'm wrong, but if this bylaw is defeated, administration has another bylaw in the queue that will properly administer the same effect on the non-residential tax as council is considering on the residential tax using the same technique. So that is ready to go if this is defeated, and Councillor Bosch's strategy could be executed this evening.
Okay, I got Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair O'Toole. I think what we're all experiencing here is an exercise in understanding. And I think we're all trying to understand the end goal here, which my understanding when CEO Nicolay spoke prior to just speaking was what he just reiterated, is that there is another motion that's clean and ready to go and is doable. And that's okay. I think I get where Councillor Bressy's coming from, and this is sort of an 11th hour add on, but I think I'll just reiterate what I said when I was debating tabling the motion by accident, and that is this makes it clean. It makes it clean across the board for residential and non-residential. As you can see, as we start getting into the semantics of it all, we can confuse the actual end result, which is the meaning of what we're trying to pass here one way or another in trying to understand this. So in knowing that there's a backup motion that's ready to go, in understanding the confusion that was in 2020 and 2021 regards to 0% property tax increases. I know a lot of our businesses, again, I'll just reiterate, didn't understand that it didn't apply to them. It just applied to residential, and that was an explanation game we all had to play later on. I just like to do this nice, quick, clean, and for all extents and purposes, after hearing all this discussion, even though I understand where Councillor Bressy's coming from, and I totally relate, I think this is not a bad motion and not a bad option, and so I'm going to vote to defeat this motion and then see the subsequent motion that will come up after. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. I have another idea, and so I wanted to present it because I think there is a motion that we should have that this council should consider before you defeat this bylaw. And the motion has to do with where the funding will come from if you in fact choose to create a 0% non-residential property rate for 2022. So I'm suggesting only, so you have to decide, if it would be valuable to make the motion to amend the bylaw to reflect a 0% increase to non-residential properties with a difference to be funded from financial stabilization or whatever it is. Some kind of a motion to address where the funding is going to come from if you decide to make an amendment to this bylaw. Thank you.
I have Mayor Clayton and Councillor Brosh and Councillor Blackmore in the queue, in that order.
So, thank you. As I mentioned in the beginning, once this motion is defeated, I have two subsequent motions, one being where to approve the transfer of sufficient funds from, and one being a new bylaw. So if I would like to call the question.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to go. Yeah, we're voting on it now.
Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote?
Opposed.
It's defeated. Mayor Clayton, would you like to speak?
Thank you so much. I would move that council approve a transfer of sufficient funds from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to achieve a 0% increase in municipal taxes for non-residential properties in 2022. So it's basically the same motion that we made when we did the residential properties, that we use a sufficient amount of funds to achieve a 0%. Now we're just applying it to non-residential. So pretty much the same process. And for anyone that may be surprised in this, we did have a discussion at committee level. At that committee level, I did ask the question of what that would equate to achieve a 0%. So I apologize if it is a surprise to some.
All right, thank you. Gladys, do you want to talk? Gladys, Councillor Blackmore, please.
I wanted to ask CFO Ms. Whitewater Ms. Whiteway, if that's the best option in your opinion. I believe we did have this discussion last week, and I think you agreed to that, but I'm just following up with that.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. So the 1.5 million of unbudgeted ICF revenue was put into the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and that was the funding that was determined to be used to bring residential to 0, and so it would be an appropriate funding source to match that same with financial stabilization, which is used for taxes as well.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Even though money's flexible and where it goes isn't always where it has to come out of, I think let's be really clear what's going to happen here if we do this. This means that basically 100% of the ICF revenue we found this year is going to tax relief across the tax base. And in future years, because we're allocating all of that money, it went straight in and straight out of our financial reserve, essentially, not exactly, but essentially, that means that in future years, all that new money we got from ICF is either going to be dedicated towards ongoing tax relief, or we're going to have a larger tax bump in 2023 than we would have otherwise. And for me personally, the legislation around ICFs is very clear that they are a consideration of residential property. The legislation is very clear that ICFs are about county residents paying for the services that they receive in the city. They're not about commercial stuff. That's our Aquaterra revenue sharing agreement, which is already built into giving a discount to, I'd argue, commercial properties. For me, if we're going to allocate all of our ICF money, I'd rather it be going either towards residential tax relief or to enhancing the quality of life for our residents. So for me, it's if we're going to decrease our tax burden on commercial properties, I'd rather do that by talking about what are some costs we're going to cut out of our budget, not how are we going to make sure that this entire new revenue source we have going into financial stabilization is coming back out the door. So I would encourage council to not support this motion. Again, maybe worth further conversation about how to fund a commercial tax decrease. I'm very open to that. I just don't personally think drawing from our reserves, where we've just put all of our new revenue, is the way to go about this.
Councillor Bosch.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In speaking to what you brought up, Councillor Bressie, if we're bringing this motion ahead this year, what's to say that we can't change the motion next year? Like, I don't think this is like an end-all be-all. If the situation warrants a different plan, then that's what we deal with. Currently, I think we're looking at a situation where COVID has impacted our community, and we are attempting to do our part as a city to connect with that quality of life piece with the public, be it non-commercial or non-residential or residential. And so if next year something is different and we don't have a surplus like we had this year, then we can deal with that next year. But I think when the time warrants that you stand up and do something for the public in regards to both business and or non-residential and residential, that's what you do. So I would have to disagree. I do respect what you say, but I disagree.
I've got Councillor Blackmore and Councillor Lehners.
I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. I feel that there's times when unallocated reserves should stay in reserves, and I just don't feel that this is the right time. We've had all kinds of struggles in the community, not as maybe not as a group, but individually there's been lots of struggles in the community. And so this includes people who pay residential taxes, and it also includes people who pay for non-residential taxes. And as we know, when you go down to the coffee shop and you buy a coffee, you're paying a portion of your coffee for non-residential taxes. I'm not suggesting that businesses pass their savings on to their customers directly, but I know that in the long run, that saving will be recognized in the community. So therefore, I ask Council to support this motion. It's a good time for this, and it does not lock us into any decisions for future years.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor O'Connor and then Councillor Lehners.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I would like to ask a question of Ms. Whiteway and administration. What is the financial stabilization reserve level is at currently through the chair?
Thank you. Ms. Whiteway, able to answer that question?
Yes. So it's around 16.5 million. So with this motion, as well as the last motion on residential, would use about 1.4 of that.
Okay, thank you. You happy with that,
Yes,
Mr. O'Connor?
Subsequent. Yes. With that information, I believe that we're in a position where we can give relief to the whole community, and I would ask that you support this motion. I think we're in a position, it's raining now, let's put the umbrella out.
Right, thank you. Councillor Lehners.
Okay, so first of all, since I think, and I could be wrong, but since we didn't approve the first one, which involved the residential, the second one should also talk about 0% change in municipal tax for both residential and non-residential property. So that wasn't there a couple minutes ago. I think it's there now because I was just talking to Arlene. So we need to include that as well. And you know, I'm kind of leaning towards Councillor Bressie and Councillor O'Connor. You just said, well, it's raining now, but next year, you know, the way the things are looking, I doubt that it's going to be raining. But this COVID relief will be with us for a generation if we don't put some parameters around this. And you know, so if I were going to amend, you know, if I were going to look at this, I would make an amendment so that for both an average residential and a one-time grant for non-residential property in 2022. So I can see if the residential stays as till now to eternity, I can live with that. But COVID is going to be behind us soon, and every argument I hear so far is we've struggled through COVID and we need to present something. But that's not next year, that's this year. So a one-time grant does it, and if you want to make a one-time grant next year, then so be it. You can continue this, but at least it allows you to reflect each and every year on the merits of why we're giving a grant to commercial property. So I would like to make an amendment to after the term residential and a one-time grant for non-residential property.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead.
We've already passed a motion to take sufficient funds out of the financial stabilization to achieve a 0% change in residential.
When?
That motion was already passed at our last meeting, is it not?
Standing committee meeting, yeah.
No, according to the CFO, it's been passed.
Yeah.
Daniel, can you confirm that?
Yeah, so at the April 4th council meeting, when you had allocated the 2021 surplus, at that same time, the motion was made for residential.
Okay, I stand corrected. Then I'll just I'll leave it at that then, and I'll say and I would say to qualify this as a one-time grant for non-residential property.
Can you reword the proposed amendment?
Yeah, to achieve a 0% change in municipal taxes via a one-time grant for non-residential property in 2022.
Let's get Councillor White to speak.
Councillor Whiteway, or
I think the mayor.
CFO,
Point of order.
Councillor White, CFO Whiteway, can you speak, please?
Just with regards to the grant, administratively, we wouldn't have time to administer a grant and mail out the property tax notices within the month of May.
Okay. Mr. Nicolay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this council may want to consider a 5-minute break to stretch legs and think about this. I do point out, though, I think one of the councillors made the point a little earlier as well. We're only making a motion on 2022's mill rate for residential and non-residential. Next year, regardless of where the source of funding comes from, we'll have to make the decision again. And at that time, if we think we've over-supported non-residential, it would be a simple adjustment to the mill rate that would come forward in that budget. This is a bit different than the grant considerations from the past, in as much as the 1.5 million that's coming through the ICF negotiated proceeds is a source of revenue for the city. So really what we're doing is saying, rather than taking a $1.5 million legitimate source of revenue and putting it or part of it into reserves, we're going to take that $1.5 million source of revenue that's an ongoing source of revenue, and we're going to use it to buffer tax rates for residential and non-residential taxpayers in 2022. But I do take Councillor Bosch's point that this decision will be made every year, and tax rates are only set for the year in which the bylaw is being read.
Mayor Clayton, your turn.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. So yeah, just sort of echo some of those thoughts. So we took our ICF revenue, we've allocated it now to a financial stabilization reserve. Each year we will decide to take our whole bucket of financial stabilization money and use it or not use it. So right now we passed a motion already earlier in April saying we're going to take the sufficient amount of dollars out of financial stabilization. The motion isn't to take ICF revenue, to take the money out of financial stabilization to put residential at zero. Tonight's motion is to take the sufficient amount of money out of financial stabilization to put non-residential at zero. This is only for the 2022 taxation year. So as I was the one to make the motion, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you.
Mayor Clayton, how do you vote?
In favor?
That's carried.
Chair O'Toole, if I may, I have one more item of business.
Yes, you've got the cue. Go ahead.
Sorry, could I call a point of order before we get to another point of business? Sorry to be the stickler for procedure, but I believe, if I understand procedure right, that was a vote to call the question, not a vote on the actual motion, wasn't it? Yeah, but I think that was I think my understanding is a motion to call the question is a motion to end debate and get to the vote. And my understanding was we were voting on whether or not we were going to end debate on that vote.
The call to question means that you are voting on the motion on the floor. That's what a vote to call to question. That's the definition, is to vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, Mayor Clayton, go ahead.
I just want to clarify with Legislative Services or Ms. Whiteway that the bylaw would still be numbered C-1450, being the 2022 Property Tax Bylaw. I just want to clarify that it's the same number, which in turn would now be 0 to both non-residential and residential.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it would still be numbered 1450.
Okay, great. So I'd like to make a motion, Council. Sorry, I'm not the Corporate Services Chair, so I'll stay out of it for now.
Well, Mr. Laners.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So I guess that's what we do. We go to council, have third reading of bylaw C-1450 at this meeting. Oh.
Okay, protocol here.
Thank you, through the chair. I am going to propose that we take a 5-minute recess to allow this council to see the proposed bylaw with the 0% non-residential property change to municipal taxes in order for you to properly read and give 3 readings to the bylaw.
Okay. Do we need 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break. We'll start back again at approximately 5:40. who wants to speak at this point to bring up the changes? Ms. Karbuszewski, would you please let us know what changes and what you've actually written down?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the motion passed with regard to the change in municipal taxes for the average non-residential property, a new bylaw C-1450 in quotes 0% for all has been emailed to council for their review and for them to read in order to pass at this council meeting. Legislative Services will make this bylaw available after this meeting, publicly attached to this agenda.
Okay. Mr. Laners, would you like to make this motion?
Do we need to give everybody a minute to look at the bylaw, or are we just gonna?
Ms. Whiteway, would you be able to just explain the changes that were created during our 5-minute break, which was actually about 9 minutes?
Thank you. Yeah, so if you do want to look at the draft 0% and take so on the first page, under General Municipal, H non-residential, you'll see a decrease in the tax mill rate. So there's no change to assessment, which creates a lower levy for that one, as well as on K, machinery and equipment, you'll see a little less of a tax mill rate. Again, same assessment to get a little lower of a tax levy.
You have any questions? See, I got Councillor Bressie in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you. Just a question I have, just back it up a little bit. Could somebody walk me through what's the urgency of getting all three bylaws passed tonight? I just note our next meeting is May 16th, and of course the mayor can always call a special meeting quicker if she wishes. Just looking back at our agenda packages, I noticed we didn't discuss property taxes till May 19th last year and May 17th the year before. I might have those two put aside, but my point is the last 2 years we've discussed property taxes later than our next council meeting will be. So what's the urgency to get through all three readings tonight?
Ms. Whiteway, I know you're just willing to give that answer.
Thank you. We do typically try to take it in April, most years. On years where we were dealing with the COVID rebate, we were a little bit later when we had waived penalties, when we had deferred the deadline. So those were years where we did go later. Sometimes waiting on provincial budget, we may have had the opportunity to go later, but typically we do try to get it done in April. We do try to get all three readings done so that we can mail out and give citizens some time to pay before the June 30th deadline.
Gotcha. So if I'm understanding right, you're saying legislatively there's no requirement out of the MGA to get it done tonight, but we want to give residents as much time as possible to pay since we're not doing deferrals or interest. Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm quite comfortable with the information we've been given tonight, and I have the new bylaw in front of me, as everyone else does, so I would like to make a motion to have first reading, I believe, of bylaw C-1450. Is that correct, Ms. Karbuszewski? Is it first reading?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Blackmore, that is correct, that you would be giving first reading to bylaw C-1450, version 0% for all, being the 2022 Property Tax Bylaw.
All right. Questions? I see none. Call for the vote, please.
Sorry, I'm still in the queue.
Good. I'm sorry. Mayor Clayton?
Thanks. I fully support the iteration, the newest iteration of C-1450. The only piece I don't like is that 0 for all. I'm wondering if administration has another recommendation, if it could be called version 2, something, but 0 for all is just way too marketing lingo for me. It's not I don't think it serves the purpose. Do we need an explanation that it's a different iteration, or could it just be bylaw C-1450?
Ms. Karwaszewski?
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for your concern, Mayor Clayton. At this point, the motion itself is to pass a different bylaw from the original bylaw that was defeated earlier. And you're correct, it could be called anything. So at this point,
is it appropriate to call it version 2 or B or something?
Well, at this point, 0 for all was chosen simply because the watermark on the current version the council is reading indicates a 0% for all. The bylaw C-1450, once published as a past document, will only be called bylaw C-1450.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Take it there was a motion on the floor. And call for the vote. You got her.
Okay.
Councillor O'Connor, can you tell us how you voted?
Yeah, it booted me out. My apologies. I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. And that carries 8-1. Thank you. And
So I'll start keeping with the process. You'll ask the council to give second reading to bylaw C-1450. Quoting quotations 0% for all bylaw.
call for the vote.
Councillor O'Connor in favor.
Thank you. And that carries 7-2. Carries 7-2.
Next, I'll ask council to give third reading of bylaw C-1450, 0% for all at this meeting. Have third reading, sorry. That's, thought I, okay.
There we go. Okay. Yes, and that motion is made. It needs to pass unanimously in order to pass today. Thank you. Check, Councillor Clayton, or Mayor Clayton, go ahead.
Thanks for that, Chair O'Toole. For those of you who may be concerned about having third reading here tonight and are considering opposing having third reading here tonight, I'm curious what additional information you think you're going to get in 2 weeks when it comes back for consideration. I think that that the impact financially that it has the organization has been discussed tonight. The reason of why it's happening right now has been discussed tonight. So I don't know what else you would be missing in order to, and so if your intent is to delay it tonight. So I really encourage council to allow third reading to happen here tonight and vote in support of having third reading so that we can give third reading here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm really both angry and embarrassed by how this process has gone down tonight. I would argue that the property tax bylaw is probably the most important bylaw we pass every single year. And I would argue that the choice we're doing today actually does have some pretty meaningful impact to our property tax bylaw in 2023 and community appetite for continuing to fund services at the level we're funding them. And I think there's some big strategic conversations here that council actually should be going back and thinking about, not just debating in one night, and that we just raise those big, huge conversations about what's our philosophy of residential taxes versus commercial taxes, and we're going to make a substantive decision in the same meeting we did that. I don't think is good governance, and I really find disturbing. And if this was any other bylaw, that would lead me saying, no, we need to slow down on this process. This is worth thinking about for another 2 weeks. It's just good governance to step away from huge changes to a bylaw that's important. That being said, this one is different because I get the time sensitivity on this, and us delaying this bylaw, it's not just saying, hey, council's going to do more work, and hey, administration, you're going to do more work. This really would have a big impact on our residents in terms of, hey, you got 2 less weeks to write your check and get it in and all of that. So I will vote yes to this bylaw. I will give unanimous consent because I think I know the way the winds are changing. I don't think council decision is going to get changed. And so I'll vote yes, but I just wanted to publicly say it's a pretty begrudging yes, and it's because of the impact on residents, not because I'm trying to save council work.
Yep. There's some motion on the floor, and I call for the vote. Oh, I see Councillor Bosch. You snuck in again.
Sorry, this is just so that council here knows, administration here knows, and the public knows. This is by no means council being lazy to do the work. I think a number of us feel that we are we have all the information that we need, and therefore that's why we're voting the way we're voting. And it is in no way that shows a tardiness on our part for information.
Thank you. And call for the vote. Do we need Mike? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And Lainers?
Yeah, and I'll move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1450 0% for all, being the 2022 property tax bylaw.
Right. See nobody with their hands up. I'll call for the vote. And that carries 7-2. With that, we will move on to the next item. Item 2, bylaw C-1451.
Yeah, so this this bylaw pertains to the Pinnacle Ridge area. It allows for the residents of that Pinnacle Ridge area to continue to have the entrance features and the sprinkler or fountain that presently exists. And historically, they have chosen to add this tax to their tax roll, and to do so requires an additional levy. So they're talking about a flat fee of $12.50 to each parcel of land, as I indicated in Schedule A, which is basically the Pinnacle Ridge area. So with that in mind, I know it was discussed at Standing Committee. I will ask that council give first reading to bylaw C-1451, being the special recreational services tax bylaw.
Just a note, that fee that we normally assess is gone down over the previous years. So there is a motion, so we will call for the vote. That carries unanimously. And Mr. Lainers, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yes, I'd like to follow that up with council, ask council to give second reading to bylaw C-1451.
Questions? I'll call for the vote. That passes unanimously. Mr. Lainers, you got the court.
Yeah, carry the ball a little further. I'd ask that council have third reading of bylaw C-1451 at this meeting.
I call the vote.
Councillor Berg in favor.
And that carries unanimously.
Okay.
Leaners?
Yeah, council, I'd ask the council give third reading to bylaw C-1451 being the Special Recreation Services Tax Bylaw. And just not an FYI, but something to keep in mind for administration or perhaps next year, if they would consider looking at having some kind of recuperation costs involved. I know the business downtown revitalization area has some kind of a fee, I understand, to allow for some of the recouping of those costs. And, you know, maybe they can look at that next year. I'm not trying to change anything this year, but maybe bring that forward as an alternative for council to consider. But just before it tails off into the wind here, this motion, I thought I'd just bring that up.
Okay. Motion on the floor. I call for the vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor. Oh.
Yep.
I'm going to excuse myself on 8.2.3 just for a perceived or real conflict.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for allowing us to, or telling us that you're leaving because of that. So we'll move on to item 3, which is the Tiny Hands of Hope. And Mr. Leaners, if you want to.
So we actually just had this as a in our meeting was a council received this report for information. So there's not really a vote per se coming out of that, but I think that the idea was that administration was supposed to come back with an alternative funding source for this. That's out of because the two previous ones for the 54,768 requested by Tiny Hands of Hope for their memorial garden was potentially to come from two sources: Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, Unrestricted Future Expenditure Reserve, and in addition to that, there was a Public Reserve Fund, which has substantive funds in it as well. And for those unfamiliar with the process, there is an alternative for businesses to pay cash in lieu of building parks, i.e. industrial parks and those things where parks aren't appropriate. So they're still obligated to pay their reserve funding, and so or give up MR, so they pay it cash in lieu, and that money goes into Public Reserve Fund and only can be used for the purposes of enhancing municipal reserve. So this would be a good example of potentially a source. Now I know they've come back and forth, and they're here in the gallery today. I think their idea is that we're hoping that this will actually turn into something moving forward. But I also understand that they're in the process of raising additional funds, and they're working towards getting some grants and doing all that kind of stuff. So when we see the number of 54,768 in the document, that's what they needed, let's say a month ago when they came to chat with us. And since then, they've had a little bit of success. They're trying to get some more success. So I would actually, since this is the day where we make up motions on the fly, I would ask that council authorize up to 54,768 in balance funding out of the public reserve to be paid to Tiny Hands of Hope Society to handle any shortfalls of funding requests for their landscaping project or the memorial garden. I'll give you that.
CFO Whiteway, have you got any comments at this point? Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Walsh in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to make the motion, but good job. But can I have an amendment to your motion, a friendly amendment if possible. And that would be that if Tiny Hands of Hope does receive provincial grant dollars, that the allocated dollars will be returned to the city of Grande Prairie.
And I guess the way the motion's worded, it's really just supplemental funding. It just helps them to get to the point where any funds that they're short. So if they get those funding, they won't get the full amount. They'll get something less than that. It's just to a maximum of $54,000. So if they were to get $20,000 in further grant funding, then we would only give them $34,000 and change. So I think it means the same thing as what you.
Well, the problem is that they need the money now to start, and that grant potentially wouldn't come in until July. So we're fronting it.
Yeah.
So basically the same.
I thought from the discussions that they gave us at the last meeting that they had enough to get started, and so they were prepared to get going, and because the project itself is about $250,000 or in that, 170,000 or something in that range. And so doing the landscaping and dirt moving, I think they said they had the wherewithal to get that started. So July will come pretty quickly. So
If you'd like to come to the front table and just answer any questions that maybe, or give us some clarification. Yes, please, and just introduce yourself once again.
Hi, thank you for having me up.
Well, there's lots of people in the audience, probably 10, 15 people. And if you're back there, we can't hear you, so.
Okay, my name is Karen Gillison, and I'm the co-founder of Tiny Hands of Hope, and I've been working on the Children's Memorial Garden. So right now we have approximately $233,000. The project itself is projected to cost $402,000. So right now, with the cost of the pathways, the garbage, the cement pads, plus I did not bring my budget with me. I didn't, and plus the landscaping, we would fall short of that. So the $54,000 would secure the pathways, the garbage cans, to pay the landscaping company, and that will fulfill that project instead of breaking it up into phases, because it could just be done in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, since the equipment would all be there. The phases are really quite small as well, so it would be best to do it all together. So the $54,000 would secure that.
So when do you think this project will be completed? What's your plan, or what's your thoughts on that?
I'm being pretty aggressive here. We would love to complete it by the fall. We have grants coming in July, like Councillor Wendy mentioned. So if we get that grant, of course, there's many nonprofits that apply for these grants. I couldn't even tell you how many. So we're not guaranteed these grants. We are going to be kicking off our donor campaign in the next couple of weeks to approach corporate donors. So that'll be our focus next.
Okay, so our motion is to address any shortfalls in provincial funding, and you're not going to know that until July, correct?
Correct. That is for the CFEP funding.
So if the project went till September, you're going to have it all the money spent by July already? Do you think?
For what we currently have, we can go through that very quickly, yes. Yeah. Because just in the little bit that we do have to do right now, it's yeah, we won't have it all. Plus, once you add the sculptures in there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still okay with the motion the way it is, unless someone wants to make a change to it. Did you have a recommendation, Councillor Bosch?
You rather take out the returning? The reason I say that is because, just like you stated, there is a lot of not-for-profits and a lot of groups that do come to the city for money. Mm-hmm. And if you are financially sound, we could always help somebody else. If you're not, the allocation is there. But if you are sound, then,
We don't know if we're completely sound though, right? Because even though we apply for the grants, it doesn't guarantee that we'll get it. We find out in July whether or not we're successful.
So if there was a statement in there saying that if you receive grant money that covers your bills, then that is returnable to the city. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you?
I'm like a tree that bends with the wind. You feel free to friendly amend all you want.
Okay.
Wow.
Raina, does that work well in a statement? You're writing it.
Thank you, through the chair. I am, this council has the opportunity to allow for a friendly amendment pursuant to our procedure bylaw. If you could please, Councillor Bosch, just state your friendly amendment. I can incorporate it into the current motion. Thank you.
Saying.
Ms. Bosch?
If Tiny Hands of Hope does receive provincial grant dollars, the allocated dollars will be returned to the city of Grande Prairie.
Equivalent portion. Not all.
Well,
they only got
well, whatever is extra, I guess. The extra, if Tiny Hands of Hope is received.
Unused portion?
The unused portion of allocated dollars will be returned to the city of Grande Prairie. I have a question aside of that. Did we work, this is for administration, did we work out all the details as far as land and lease and some sort of like recognition for the city of Grande Prairie and what they've done in this capacity? As far as land, anyway?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. We're currently working with them to finalize that, but there's nothing substantive left outstanding, but it's not finalized yet.
Okay, but clearly you have no issues that you see forthcoming.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. No, I don't see any critical issues.
Thank you.
All right. You're done? Answers? Okay. So I've got Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Blackmore. See any bit on the screen?
I like the intent of Councillor Bosch's motion. Part of me feels like it could be cleaner by separating each motion rather than having one giant convoluted motion, and I guess it has the direction of it, but I guess we'd achieve the same results too. If I were amending it, and I'm not, I'll likely be in support of this, but I would have just amended the motion of, I would just eliminate up to in the original motion, and then I would follow up with the subsequent motion as Councillor Bosch is inferring here. I suppose I can live with this right now, yeah, but open for discussion and debate.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
I just have a quick question for the delegation, the impromptu delegation. Are you going to need to use this money for matching on your CFEP grant? Because you will need to prove matching dollars. Because you did say a CFEP grant, right? CFEP.
Yes. Yeah, so that was already done when we applied to have a matching grant. From what I understand, you have to have 125, and then they match up to 125.
Correct. But this 54 is not part of the 125?
I don't believe so, no. This would be separate if we get that CFEP, correct?
Yes. The reason I'm asking is because if you are using it for matching funds, then the motion definitely needs to be split. If you're not using it for matching funds, the motion is fine the way it is. But you would need a motion from us. If you're using it for matching funds, you would need a motion from us that's clean, doesn't require any repayment. That's why I'm asking that question.
It wouldn't be for matching. The grant is, we already applied to the grant, so that
Okay.
wasn't part of the application.
Okay, then I'm prepared to support the motion as it's amended.
Good. Can we just read the motion over one more time so we can get good clarification on what we're actually voting for?
Yeah, so I will make the motion that council approve funding in the amount of up to $54,768 to address any shortfalls in provincial funding to Tiny Hands of Hope to be funded from the public reserve, with any unused portion of the allocated funding to be turned to the city of Grande Prairie.
Thank you. I call for the vote.
Oh, sorry.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Right. You had some meeting highlights at that particular meeting, Mr. Laners.
I did. I'll talk fast because the Oiler game's going to happen here pretty quick. So I won't. Other than the property tax stuff that we went through, obviously, because we got through the third reading, we're going to be sending off the tax notices mid-May in case everybody was waiting by their mailbox, waiting for their tax notices. We have about 16 competitive bids right now. And if for some reason you love ortho photos, which is basically a photo with a photograph with contours on them, then those are going to be available for free using the GIS digital. Before you had to pay for them, so that's good. And we'll be also looking at the city crest and trumpeter swan trademark in a report that's coming forward. So that'll be interesting. And finally, there was a discussion around living wage in Grande Prairie and how many people, how many of our employees were making less than living wage, which I think was 1935 or 55, 1945. And so there were a few, I think 70 employees that worked casually that were paid less than that, but all our full-time employees, anyone working over 35 hours a week or more, were paid more than living wage. So that in itself was good. So beyond that, I have nothing else.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to move on to 8.3, Protective and Social Services. And Councillor Thiessen, can you do the report as I'm the chair?
I sure can, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I would move that Council approve the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee held April 26, 2022, as presented.
Okay. That motion is in order. I call for the vote.
Mayor Clayton's in favor.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on.
Well, yes, I'll just speak to a little bit of the business. There's only a little bit of business that happened at Protective and Social Services. This week we had the Designated Driving Services Bylaw compliance that came forward. Mr. Sean Hebert presented to Council, which we approve, or to Committee and Council, I guess, which we approve for information with the changes that were addressed throughout it. And also the Youth Engagement Awards are coming up here this month. I'd just like to remind everyone, even though the nomination deadline is already closed, there will be several categories up for nomination. I guess they're already nominated, but up for the vote for youth-friendly business, community engagement, employer of choice, and youth mentor of choice. And finally, enforcement services. Did the spring vehicle for hire inspection cycle in line with that designated driving service bylaw, and they wrapped that up earlier this month. And there was an increase of vehicles inspected from 60 in October to 75. So we're seeing an increase in those types of transportation services provided in our community, which I think is a good thing. Hopefully it keeps people making the responsible choices going forward. And that's all. I'll give it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. We're on to Infrastructure and Economic Development, item 8.4. We have Councillor O'Connor. Are you ready to go?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Well, you're looking a little sideways on the screen here, so I don't know what happened there. But
Well, I'll try and.
oh, there you go.
I'll
You're
try and
straightening
change
yourself
that.
right out. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A lot of things happened at the meeting. First, highlights. Council adopts the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held April 26, 2022, as presented.
Thank you. That motion's in order. Call for the vote. Mayor Clayton, can you tell us how you vote? Oh, it's in there now. Thank you. That carries unanimous. Carry on.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor. Item number 1 is 132nd Avenue and 97th Street. I'd like to move council relocate an additional $688,684.87 from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, MSI, to the 132nd Avenue and 97th Street geometric upgrades and traffic signal capital project. In speaking to this, this intersection has a huge increase in traffic and has experienced a number of accidents. And with the addition of, and with the costs of turn lanes, which has impacted the cost over and above the estimates from 5 years ago. So I'd like to respectfully ask Council to support this motion to help get this and help keep our residents safe.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Clayton, go ahead. You're in the queue.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. A question either for CAO Nicolay or possibly Ms. Whiteway, if she's still in the chambers, or Director Glavin. First and foremost, I support this motion because I believe that I understand and appreciate the fact that the cost of work such as this continues to increase over time. I guess my question for administration is how do we safeguard against something as substantial as this project being on the books over a period of time, and then when coming to fruition, the increase being such a large increase? Is there a process that we can put in place to annually update these so we have a better understanding? It's a little bit of sticker shock. Not doubting that the increase is fair and justifiable, but when it's a number of years as this process has taken place, to now for it to be increased almost $750,000, that the impact is significant. So I appreciate that it's coming from MSI. However, just wondering in other circumstances if there's ways that we can mitigate this from happening in the future.
Who wants to speak on that? Brian Glavin,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole.
Yep.
So one of the changes that we've made to safeguard against this is we do land acquisition in advance of budgeting for the project. That was one of the main stumbling blocks here, is it took a number of years to acquire the land, as well as some change in scope over time. But essentially, this shouldn't happen again in the future because we wait until the land's acquired before we put it forward into capital budget.
Okay. That answer your question?
Great.
Okay. All right. We got a question? Yeah, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Back to Mayor Clayton's question. If I remember correctly at the committee meeting, this additional cost had no land value attached to it. It was basically for the lighting structure. Is that right?
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So these costs include not only the lights, but all of the geometric improvements. So that is the new lanes, the turning lanes that go along with it, but it is exclusive of the cost of the land.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I see nothing in the queue. So there's a motion on the floor, and I call for the vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, what's next?
Yes, we go to area improvements, and I'll pass this off to Director Glavin.
Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So at the last Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee, Council or committee directed administration to bring back funding sources to complete the work that was identified, being the asphalt hump, the access agreement, the vehicle access, and sidewalk improvements. For expediency, rather than bringing a report back to committee, we thought we'd bring it forward to council for approval. In this case, we would suggest that council amend the capital plan to include the Wapiti House access and drainage improvements for $53,755, funded by future expenditures reserve. There is an alternative funding source that could be Council Strategic Initiatives Fund as well. Speaking to the costs here being $53,755, since the last committee meeting, administration went out and got quotes for the vehicle access and sidewalk. So these are relatively firm quotes to do that. With regard to the asphalt hump and access agreement, there's a combined cost of around $8,000 there that administration will absorb into the appropriate operating budgets. So the asphalt hump, we do have an asphalt budget that we utilize within transportation. This is a relatively small project that we could do with our crews internally, as well as the access agreement is something that we can do through legislative services. And we expect that construction could be completed by July of this year. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Director Glavin? See none. Okay. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Mr. Lainers
I
is
was
next.
just wondering. Thank you.
Mr. Lainers?
Yes, so Director Glavin, just so I'm clear, then there won't be anything done in the laneway between the two buildings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. That's correct. At committee, we received no direction to take any action in the lane.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor, go ahead. Then Councillor or Mayor
Yes,
Clayton.
thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I thought there were a few other items that were on that list that had some dollars. I thought there were 5 items. I have those numbers in front of me, but I thought they were all approved. And then I thought there was supposed to be a report coming back to take a look at that lane. But correct me if I'm wrong. Director Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So as far as the items that were covered off in the motion were for the asphalt hump, Schedule D, which was the access agreement, Schedule E, which was the vehicle access, and Schedule G, Option 1, which was the sidewalk. And there was also, that I apologize I didn't mention because it doesn't require a funding source, but there is the fencing option, which the fencing is covered under existing capital budget that was previously approved.
Thank you very much.
I thought so.
Okay. Mayor Clayton, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair O'Toole. I just wanted to verify some information. At committee, we discussed that there was a small amount of the fence project that would be covered in this season in another capital project, I think. But I recall Director Manuel saying there was $40,000 available from a fencing project, and that was going to cover part of this. So I'm a little surprised to see all $53,000 here today. Maybe somebody can clarify that for me?
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I will give an initial response and then Director Manuel may supplement, but my understanding is there may be additional fencing that might be necessary on that site unrelated to this particular motion, but I'll pass it over to Director Manuel.
Thank you. Mr. Manuel?
So there's some flexibility depending on what fencing product we decide to go with. So if we utilize the steel fencing, obviously it comes in at a much higher cost, which will eat up a large portion of the $40,000 budget that's available. However, if it goes to the existing standard, which is it will directly run off of, which is presently a black chain link, there certainly is a lot more room within that existing capital to either add additional fencing around the area or to potentially be reallocated.
Thank you.
So if I may, Chair O'Toole.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
When we were at committee, it was fairly clear of the intent, and it seems a little muddy to me now. We're not sure exactly what fence we're putting in, but the $53,000 includes what fence? It's a little bit muddy to me, and I thought we had agreed to get this done. There's money allocated, finish everything other than the lane, which was, I think, approximately $250,000. Now it's not as clear to me. Can somebody clarify this for me?
Director Manuel?
So certainly in regard to the fence, initially when Ms. Donnelly came forward, she had indicated pricing on a chain link standard, which was just over $5,000. I think it was around $5,500 or so. And subsequent to that, there was discussion. On the north side of the existing Aberdeen property, they have installed a steel fence. On the east side of the property, which is what we are going to connect to, there's an existing chain link fence that forms a run going north to south. That will be what we're connecting off of. At committee, the discussion that occurred centered primarily around getting pricing back on the steel fencing, which we've got an estimate on now. And I believe it's in the $30-some-odd thousand range. Director Glavin, if you happen to know that.
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I wouldn't call the steel fence a firm quote, but it is dramatically more expensive than the chain link fence, and it is in that magnitude of $30-ish thousand to install essentially a wrought iron fence versus less than $5,000 to install the chain link fence. We're substantially, and we think it'll likely come in below $4,000 for the chain link fence for that length of run. It's approximately 29 meters.
Mayor Clayton, does that clarify everything?
Sure. I just have a comment. We had a written report at committee, and now it's a verbal report, and it seems really clumsy to me. End of the day, committee's discussion was to get the 4, I think, of 5 items done, and that administration said they would get it done this year, to work with the landowner in the issues that he's having adjacent to Wapiti House. And it's just, I support getting this work done, but this process seems really clumsy to me, and I don't know what happened from committee to council.
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So regarding the motion, essentially what we were directed to bring back was the funding option. So the main 2 things tonight are the funding options being Future Expenditures Reserve or Council Strategic Initiatives Fund. And since the time of committee, we firmed up what the amount that we would be required to utilize in order to, from either one of those funding sources. Other than that, administration hasn't changed any of the scope and does understand what council's direction is in order to achieve the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor. did you have anything else?
Yes. Well, I agree with the mayor on this, and I think there has been some issues in the past where the city said they would do X, Y, Z, and it didn't happen. And I think Mayor Clayton, I think this should be tightened up and be very specific. And then there should be a statement on the lane going forward that we should be looking at that. And it's kind of up in the air, but I'm not sure if I'm in position to make a motion for that. But I think it needs to be cleaned up and firmed up personally.
Okay, I've got Councillor Bosch and then Mayor Clayton.
Thank you, Chair. From committee, what I recall is initially the chain link fence came up as a cost, and then the city was asked what would it cost to match the fence that is already there, the metal fence, and that we were looking at that fencing. And
yes,
for what reason did we just automatically go to chain link? So I think that's where this option came up. I was fully aware of what it would cost to put that different entrance. What we weren't aware was the sidewalks, the sidewalk and the slope or whatever that was, the hump. And so I understand that that has changed the cost of this to 50, was it 54? 53. So there's nothing that I can say that wasn't addressed at committee that isn't here now. I think just in time we kind of forget some of the conversations, but for me it was initially chain link, and then they were asked to go back and get a cost on the metal fencing that would match what's already up.
Thank you. Mayor Clayton?
Yeah, just the other thing that was discussed, it's not reflected here, but it was approved at committee, was that there would be an identified and clear timeline so that the adjacent neighbors knew when this work was going to be done. So I just want to make sure that that's not lost.
Did we make...
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. Right now, the quotes that we have for the work would have this done likely by the end of June, but certainly by July. There doesn't appear to be a supply chain issue with any of the work. The only thing that could extend that a little bit is on the wrought iron fence. That is the only, I guess, supply chain sensitive piece to this.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor. Councillor O'Connor, did you want to comment?
Sure, thank you very much. Acting Deputy too. Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm not muted.
I asked you if you wanted to comment.
I would like to see that, yes, I'm trying to comment. I think I'm having internet.
Okay. Turn your picture off. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. Is that better?
Oh, sounds 100% better.
Okay, thank you very much. I really think that we should be reflecting in this motion all the items that are mentioned that are expected, including, it doesn't have to be a firm deadline, but I agree with Mayor Clayton that we said we would do X, Y, Z. We've asked for a price on the wrought iron fence. So should that be in a separate motion? I'm going to ask Director Glavin.
Director Glavin, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. I think there could be the two motions here. There's the original motion that would be coming out of committee and a secondary motion, or perhaps combining the motion to select the funding source.
Okay, thank you. So is there somebody who wanted to make that motion? Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, I will make that motion.
Okay. Get anything there? Okay. I'm supposed to talk until we get the motion on the screen. So I know a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Know a little bit of Gaelic if you want to hear me Gaelic. I got a little French I'm learning.
Oh, I don't want to hear Gaelic. My goodness.
Okay.
So is somebody retyping this out? I'm not seeing an update on my screen, so.
Because I was supposed to continue talking and then you.
Patience.
So we got to have patience, sir.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, sir. So let's. While we're waiting for that to do, can I just do my meeting highlights and then we can come back?
That would be a wonderful thing if you could do that.
Oh, okay, thank you. Economic development, 12 new businesses opened up. 1,000 people turned out and attended Earth Day. It was a phenomenal event. It was very, very well attended, and there were really interesting items there. May 1st, City Scrub started, and the residents are already out, and we encourage all residents to get out and clean and show your city pride. Supplies can be picked up at City Hall, at the Service Center, and the Ernie Radbourne. And so if you see it, pick it up. And engineering tenders are posted for the storm line cleaning, and that's what I've got. Unless I missed anything.
Well, we're just finalizing.
Like you keep talking.
No, that's fine. We're just finishing off the
I really like the. Okay, thank you. I also really liked the Musqueam presentation today. I thought that was awesome. Okay, I think the motion's on the board, which I will read out. Council amend the capital plan to include the following Wapiti House access improvements, specifically to complete the asphalt hump, Schedule B, Schedule E, and Schedule G. Option, I don't know what that letter is. Option J, TJ, I can't read it, along with superior bench options and timelines to the project in the amount of $53,755, and I'm sure that should include the cost of that new fence, correct? And it's funded from the future expedition reserve, but I still think total costs aren't in here.
Okay. Director Glavin, any comments?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So essentially the costs that are listed here, so the $53,755 is the cost of the vehicle access and the cost of the sidewalk, which are two unfunded pieces of work. The other two things that I mentioned tonight being the asphalt hump and access agreement, we're going to cover through operating budget that we have existingly approved. And the fence is previously budgeted for in a previous capital item. So these are the only two items that need to be approved for funding.
Okay.
Thank you for that information. Councillor O'Connor, are you all clarified now?
Let's call a question.
Okay. Motion on the floor, so let's call the vote.
Mayor Clayton votes in favor.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we've done the report.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Clayton, did you want to talk about the Grand Spirit Foundation letter that we got for correspondence?
So I'm happy just to acknowledge the letter in your package, and I would actually defer to Councillor Thiessen as the council representative on that committee if he had any additional comments.
Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. No additional comments. All this letter is seeking is that each council that is a part of the Grand Spirit Foundation commit to their plan going forward for a regional housing needs assessment, which is also included in the package. I don't know if anyone took the time to read through it. I glazed over because I already read through it a couple times on the board. So this is just looking for us to make a commitment to support the regional housing assessment. It didn't specify as if there was a letter required to do that, just a motion in council that we are committed to it is what we're looking for here today.
Thank you.
I suppose I could make that motion. Might as well just speed things up. So I would move that council commit to the Grand Spirit Foundational Regional Housing Assessment Plan and Strategy.
Thank you. With that, you got that ready to go for a vote? Okay, we're pretty close. Thank you. Should be in your e-scribe now. Everybody see it or not? Okay, call for the vote.
Chair O'Toole.
Yes.
I just have a question on this motion because I got it after the fact. Are they not looking for a letter of support?
I understand that was, I'll let you talk to Councillor Thiessen over that.
Yeah, I guess we could put it in a letter of support. Specifically, our Chair Judy never asked for a letter, just that a motion in council to commit to it. If we require one, I mean, I'll be touching base with Steve tomorrow anyway, so if we require a letter, I think this would serve as that.
Yes, it does.
It's in the very last paragraph. It asks for a letter of support sent to the CAO. And just the motion as you had it is pretty vague, like we're going to provide support. I mean, is that financial support, verbal support?
Yeah, that's a good catch there. Yeah, when we discussed it at the meeting, it was just that we all commit to it and get a motion from council. But I see, and I missed this one here, to provide a letter of support to Steve. So I would, with that being in mind, and thanks for the catch, Mayor Clayton, I'd move that council write a letter of support for Grand Spirit Foundations, or direct the mayor to write a letter of support in favor of Grand Spirits Foundation's regional housing needs assessment plan.
All right.
Thank you for that.
It wouldn't be the first time tonight we wordsmith the motion. All right. So with that, motion's there. And I'll call for the vote. And that carries unanimously. So we're on to delegation business, item 10.1. Ron Decide and Ken Drysdale, looking for some business from that. Ms. Blackmore?
I really appreciated the presentation that we received this evening from Ron Decide and Ken Drysdale. We had good discussion with them, so I would move that council accept their report for information.
Thank you very much. No comments, so call for the vote. You've been typing a lot. You're probably getting tired. And we're good to go. And that carries unanimously as well. We're on to the next item, letter 10.2, Bob Marshall with the Water North. And with that, I looking to deal with the business for Water North Coalition. I'm suggesting.
I have a comment.
Okay, I'm just going to suggest that we refer that to administration. And with that, I'll leave it. Mr. O'Connor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that we used to have council representation and we used to have administration supporting them. And I'm just wondering if we shouldn't refer this back to committee and have some discussion to find if that's something that council would like to do. I think it's an important part that we're part of that whole process. So I don't know if I'm in order to refer this back to the appropriate committee or not.
You know, Mike, you've been sitting pretty quiet all night. We'll let that motion stand. You okay with that?
Oh. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Council refer the delegation request to the appropriate standing committee for further discussion. And with that, I call the vote.
Mayor Clayton's in favor.
Thank you. And that carries unanimously. We had no notices of motion. We're not having a recess. We're good to go. So the next thing up is council members' reports. And we will start with, how about you two on the Zoom? So Mike, if you want to do a council member report now.
Yeah, it's been a very long meeting. Attended Public Library Services meeting this last weekend. I've taken a bunch of courses, and I'm not going to talk a lot tonight. I think we've talked a lot, so I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Mayor Clayton, did you want to be the last word, or did you want to start now?
No, I'm happy to go anytime. You're called, Chair.
You go ahead. Floor's yours.
All right. I'm just working off my phone here. As usual, council's been extremely busy. We had CAO Nicolai and I attended the Grande Prairie Airport Commission AGM. It was good to get an update from them. And on that sort of same vein, we had a meeting with Grande Prairie Airport Commission as well as the elected leaders of the regional council. So the MD, the county, Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, and we talked about what advocacy strategies we could put together in regards to retaining customs at the Grande Prairie Airport, so the CBSA, Canada Border Services. That was a great discussion, and there will be, respectively, each one's going to go back to their council for further discussion, so I look forward to continuing that conversation. Attended the new business opening on Wednesday, April 20th. The Shark Club downtown across from City on 99 had their official reopening. It was great to see them full, and since then I see there's lots of cars in the parking lot, so great to see them up and at it. Also had a regional lunch with the elected leaders and the CAOs from the region. Nice to touch base and have a regular conversation with that. Attended and was happy to be part of the State of the Region on Friday the 22nd, including myself, Reeve Beaupre, and Reeve Olson, hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. Great discussion. I think it was valuable information. Really nice to have all three of us on the stage together this year for the very first time. I wanted to send kudos to Rory's parent and the comms team. There's a lot of work that goes into those events, a lot of communication in between municipalities so that we're not all saying the same things, and that, however, that we make sure that we're touching base on everything. And I think it was a really good first attempt at sharing regional information. So thanks to all the support on that. as well. Earth Day proclamation last week, and kudos to the Environment and Department and Jessica and Michelle Gardner and the ladies that made that event a success. We gave away an e-bike, which was a lot of fun. I don't know what I was thinking, but I did a video riding the bike and decided that I shouldn't adjust the seat handlebars, so it looked like I had stolen a 6-year-old bike, but that's okay. It was pretty fun to be part of that, and so thanks to them and the Environment Department and all those who put together a great Earth Day. Other than that, I'll just mention one other thing that I know that other council members weren't at. CAO Nicolay and I went to Edmonton for literally 24 hours, had an opportunity to attend the hydrogen conference in Edmonton, or part of it anyways. It was a good learning opportunity, but also an opportunity for us to support the MDA Greenview. They had a booth there and they talked to hundreds of people. During that time, CAO Nicolay and I also had conversations with Fort McMurray Economic Development and Tourism, as well as other key stakeholders in the room. And it was really a short trip, but a very valuable and a great learning opportunity. Other than that, I will turn it over for now. Thanks, Chair O'Toole, for taking over for me tonight. And I know Councillor O'Connor and I will be home from this planning conference on Wednesday, so I look forward to seeing you all then.
Thank you very much. Safe travels, both of you. All right, we'll start off with Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Chair O'Toole. I will try to be as brief as possible. I had a meeting with the Grande Prairie Storm on April 19th with the full board. That was to discuss some coaching options, some operations, and it was also to approve our strategic planning document. So going forward, that was a good meeting, and yeah, normally we go overtime. That one went undertime, so it was good. A lot of people are really excited about what the future holds for the Grande Prairie Storm. Also on April 22nd, the Grand Spear Foundation Executive Committee met. That's where aforementioned discussion took place about needing a motion from council. We discussed other things, but nothing is for certain until it gets passed by the board, so I'll save further updates till then. Also, just two other things I want to mention. The $10 in the Dream exhibit. I, with several members of council, I think I'm looking at Gladys, Grant, Dylan, I think Wendy, John, Kevin. I think everybody was there. Mike, I don't know. We all were there. Let's say we all were there to support some of the greatest artists who have ever put their works on display here in Grande Prairie. So 4 incredible artists, all put together by Carmen Hackstead. But we had some of the most famous people here in Alberta when it comes to muralists. Tim Heimdall. We also had Suzanne Sandbo and Jim Stokes, who were all in, and that is being featured in the Kin Gallery. It wasn't just a one-day thing. It's actually going right through the summer. So for all members of the public, if you want to check it out, please do, and support our local awesome artists, and then stop in at the Grande Prairie Gallery afterwards to make a couple purchases. I know there's things for sale there and things for sale in the Kin Gallery, so get your bids in while you can. Finally, it was a sad day. I learned from Councillor O'Connor a few weeks ago when Todd Zahorniak passed away unexpectedly in the community. There was a big celebration of life for him this past Friday that started at the Bonnets Energy Centre and moved throughout, well, several bars and ended at the Lion's Den. But for all the good work that Todd and his family have done in the community, as far as doing fundraisers, as far as being a place to land for people to feel at home in this community, the Lion's Den definitely served as that in Todd's life. Definitely was a life well lived. I'd just like to send out a big thank you to our staff at the Bonnets Energy Centre for working side by side with them, as well as allowing our old caterers from Crystal Catering to take a spot and to show a little bit of presence with their friend there by serving up the burgers and beer. So with that, I know it's a bit somber, but that's why I didn't go last. So I'm passing it on. Thanks, everyone.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to talk about the things that I did, only that I did, rather than talk about what we all did together. So I attended a meeting with Hal Williams from Resource Center for Suicide Prevention and talked to him about leveraging the excellent programming they have to greater heights so that it can be used both as a fundraiser for them and so that those programs can be introduced to the community at large. And by that I mean not just Grande Prairie, but the province and further. So I think we're going to hear some really good things from Resource Center for Suicide Prevention in the next couple of months. I also attended the Downtown Association meeting and congratulate Christina McNeil and as new incoming chair and Chelsea O'Neill as the vice chair. And I'm also really looking forward to the gift card program that the Downtown Association is putting together, and I encourage all of the retail and other businesses downtown to keep your eye out for that because I think you will be very pleased with it. On Friday, I attended the South Peace Archives meeting, and kudos to them because they are raising capital funds to renovate and move into the current dinosaur space downstairs in Center 2000, and that move will take place sometime in the early next year. They've raised almost $100,000 in personal donations, which I think is excellent, particularly given the climate of the last couple of years. They're in the process of writing their grants for CFEP, which is the Facilities Enhancement grant from the city. That grant will be for $328,455, and they will apply for the same amount to the Canadian Cultural Spaces, which is a federal grant. Total cost of their campaign is $1,150,000, and of course includes funds from the City of Grande Prairie and the County of Grande Prairie and the MD of Greenview. So they're just doing an excellent job. They have a new archivist who will be starting work next week on May 16th. Her name is Candace Layton, and she's coming here from the West Coast. Their previous archivist left to take an awesome job in Winnipeg. So we will look forward to welcoming Candace. And I encourage everyone to take part in City Scrub. The origins of City Scrub started out of Communities in Bloom when that committee felt that it was no longer an appropriate or a productive way for us to spend our time and energy. And so City Scrub was developed as a way to back up Rotary's Greenathon and to encourage greater participation from all residents in the city. And so that is taking place over the next week. So grab a garbage bag and a pair of tongs and go out and scrub up your neighborhood. And CAO Nicolay just advised me that the strategic plan that we discussed tonight is now on the website. So if you want to have a look at that, it's there and ready for you. Thanks.
We're fast here. Councillor Berg, your turn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just two things. I attended a number of things that have already been covered off, but I'll just mention Real Shorts Film Festival has just wrapped up its in-person portion and now has moved online for its virtual film festival. So find out more on the virtual film festival at realshorts.ca. And another thing that I was invited to do was speak to the Shell Livewire program. It's hosted through Community Futures here in Grande Prairie. They're the only venue in Canada running the Shell Livewire program, which is actually international. And here it's engaging a number of Indigenous businesses from across Alberta. So congratulations to the team here at Community Futures, and thank you for the invitation. And that's my report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bosch, I was going to make you last, but I think I want you to be next.
Nice. Not sure how to take that.
Oh, it was a good thing.
So I'll bring up the Sports Connection meeting that we do every month. And, you know, we're talking about the new Try It Day coming out this summer. So we look forward to what comes up with that. Aside of what seems like everybody seems to attend, which is great to see. I did attend the Home and Garden Show and the Women's Show. That was awesome to get back to that. Great to see all the vendors and the public out there just, you know, getting back to normal. The Youth Advisory Council we had a meeting with them as well. Strong group of youth that are on this council, and of course with Youth Week and Youth Engagement Awards, they're busy this week. There's a whole itinerary out of what's going on, from cookie decorating to, activities. Also, I attended during the volunteer week the nonprofit charitable business showcase and Business After 5 mixer that was held at the Jackpot. And it was fantastic to see a considerable amount of not-for-profit organizations set up booths and, tell people what they're about and how things are going in this region. Additionally, last Saturday, Councillor Blackmore, Councillor O'Toole, and myself went to the East Indian Cultural Association festival, Spring Festival. I would say the words, but I can't print it. I'll butcher it. Huh? Versaki? Versaki Mela? Okay, that's where we were. Anyway, it was great to see, a culture with such pride and enthusiasm, and how they welcome people to get to know, everything that they experience in their culture. And I wish we could do that with everyone. I would love to see that more and more. And just a quick note to the Bonnet Center staff, Catherine, Jade, and Chelsea, for the recognition from Hometown Hockey in regards to how much they put in to assist Hometown Hockey in some trials and tribulations that they had with illnesses and planning. And you know what? These city staff really showed a huge organization like that, we can pull it together on the fly, and results were excellent. So there's more, but there's more people. So that's it.
Thank you. We have Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Chair O'Toole. 2 updates for Council. One is the Opioid Response Task Force, which I was at the meeting with Councillor O'Connor with. We've been working for the last few months on refreshing our 4-pillar action plan. And we mostly completed that. We're just giving the group one more last go-over of that, and then we spend a couple weeks making it look pretty after we've got all the words right. And I expect probably in the next month or so, you folks will be seeing that, so you can know the latest thinking of a bunch of organizations involved in opioid response right now. So excited to have that project almost done. Second thing that was great, Chair O'Toole, was going to the Alberta Association of Police Governance with you. And there were a lot of interesting sessions there. I really found body-worn cameras and information about SCAN and information about autonomous vehicles interesting. It was pretty eye-opening and really sad, just really sad to hear about some of the cuts that have been made to victim services over the last couple of years, and frankly disturbing. But the best session for me was hearing about the public complaints director, where there's an opportunity as a municipality to establish a director that receives complaints from the police. And basically what that person does is doesn't resolve and investigate complaints himself, but help people who have a complaint navigate the system. Either for really minor ones, bring them to the attention of the officer in charge so that they can be addressed, or for larger complaints, help the person making it understand, here's how you lodge it, here's what to expect, here's what you should write. And it just makes holding our police accountable easier and less threatening to people. And I always thought it would be a bigger burden for a community to establish that, so I've always kind of shied away from bringing it up, but it wasn't as scary as I thought it might be as I listened to it, especially because the Alberta Association of Police Governance has put together a pretty easy to take off the shelf policy manual you can give to one. And of course, developing the policies around them is always the hardest. And so I think we might do a favor to our officer in charge. I think we might do a favor to us, and I think we might do a favor to our residents if we did what was necessary to establish a public complaint director. So maybe that's worth us talking more about at a future time.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Leaners, your turn on the queue.
Well, I'll keep it short because there's exciting things going on at 8 o'clock tonight. So
45 minutes, just saying.
went to a lot of the things that people went to, so I won't repeat that. I did go to a search and rescue event held by the Canadian Armed Forces and a collaboration of multiple entities throughout Canada. Got to see those big monster planes, again, C-somethings or whatever, and the big helicopters, and got to kind of go up beside them and take a look and hear how they deal with issues and how they collaborate and with both local and regional entities. So it was good. It felt good. It felt that assurance that we're in good hands if something goes wrong, and being an area in the north that's it's relevant to how we exist. So that was good. And then I don't know if someone else talked about it, but I went to with the county and Dylan and Mayor Clayton on the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, and it's good to see that the spirit of it is cooperative and it's trying to be fair. And I like the fact that we get along with our neighbors and we're trying to do good for the region. So that was positive, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna just finish off here. This Friday coming up is the Decoy Community Hub project. We're going to have the question and answer, kind of a funding source, grand opening to the start of the construction of the new building. And that's by invitation only, and councillors, you should have an invitation here soon. What else I got here? We're gonna be, okay. Tomorrow there's a Travel Alberta conference, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Mayor Clayton, and that's an all-day conference. And tonight at 8 o'clock, there's a mixer for them, and I'll be trying to meet most of these people. There's also just get that, okay. I went to Edmonton for the APG as stated. Keep that quiet. And I also attended an Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting on Thursday. I went to a presentation, and guest speaker was, Spencer Beach. He was a gentleman that burnt. Literally was in a house fire, occupational injury. We also, before that, there was the day of mourning, which was spoke about. So I gave the proclamation reading at the, I guess I'm going to call it the Safety City, but I know that's not what it's called anymore. But we also did lots of stuff, man. I was busy. Sexsmith Hall renaming. Some of you may know previous council Isaac Scavardland. Schavland? Yeah, I know. I'm not the only one that made that mistake. But we go back a long time. I just called him Isaac, and in the end of the day, he called me Kevin, and that was all we had to worry about. But he had spent over 70 years in the community, 60 years with his wife, and they renamed the Sexsmith Community Hall as for Isaac. And I won't say his name again to butcher it. But that was well attended, and yeah. Oh, and today they started on the downtown rehab project. So with that, if you see equipment running downtown, they're just getting it ready, and that should be done by the middle of June, I think, or July was the. But I did a lot more, but we'll keep this quiet. And thank you very much for attending. Thank you, council members, administration, corporate leadership team, for making this event for me interesting. We'll leave it at that. Then that's a wrap. Thanks very much.
Bye, everyone.